It has to go to the management for picking the right players. And yeah, coming good, especially with Guppy very late into the side. You know, he's come in and done really well. So yeah.
And credit to Mother Nature for not raining on you as well. So have you got any changes to your side today?
Yeah, a couple of fours changed. Kedar's gone back home, so Jaisal comes in place of Kedar. Razak is resting, so Jeevan Mendes comes in place of him.
Very good. Well, go well out there.
Thank you.
Thanks. So you've lost the toss. What would you have done?
Well, it was hotly debated in the dressing room. So we were quite impartial, really, in terms of what we were going to do. I think if you play good cricket on this kind of pitch, you'll do well. It's a tough pitch to bat on. We all know that, and chasing runs is always going to be a challenge. So we've packed our side with some extra bowling options. So hopefully that will pay dividends later.
And coming off the back of that nail biter the other day in that crazy last over, the super over, how are the team feeling to come back and try and fight back after that one?
Yes, we've had 3 amazing games that have all gone down to the last ball. So you know, the tournament hasn't gone our way so far. So we're hoping for a change of momentum, and no better place to do it but tonight. But
you're there or thereabouts. Have you got any changes to your side tonight?
Yes, we brought in my old England under-19 teammate Monty Panesar. Looking forward to seeing how his bowling is going to react on this surface, and we brought in Shiva. So you know, good luck to those guys, and hopefully we can be on the right side of a very exciting game tonight.
Well, good luck and go well out there today.
Thanks, Georgie.
Thanks. So the news from the middle is that the superstars have won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Thank you very much, Georgie. We will confirm the teams for you in graphic form shortly. But my mate Monty Panesar's in. Can't wait to see him bowl on that.
Yeah, he must be licking his lips. And this is really the game where you want to have an impact when your team really needs a win. And I think he's going to be a big player tonight. Hopefully he gets all 4 overs in.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a dangerous man, just because at the pace he bowls. He's somebody who bowls really quick, and if he can get the length right, he will be a difficult one to face on that pitch.
New captain for Hyderabad again, Peter Trigo. Interesting to hear what he said there as well. He said they've packed their side with bowlers.
I think that's the way to go, and I hope he meant spin bowlers, not fast bowlers. But that's the way to go on this surface. And they've got a very power-packed batting lineup anyway. They've got some power hitters. As I said earlier, it's such a good side. If you look on papers, it's hard to believe they're at the bottom of the table.
It is, but they are, unfortunately. They've got to find a way, John, of getting over the line in these tight games, because twice they haven't. It would be a different story if they had.
Yeah, that would be a total different story. They'd be mid-table, top 3 possibly. So they're a quality side, and they know it works like this sometimes in cricket, where you don't get immediate reward for what cricket you're playing, but they will come right, and I'm backing them fully tonight to come back and get back on the winning ways.
Okay, well, as I said, this is game 2 of the doubleheader. Earlier today, we actually saw Manipal Tigers with the bat make a tough pitch look fairly simple in the end. They chased down Gujarat's 131, bowled them out, incidentally, in the 20 overs. The wickets were shared around. Pravin Gupta, the only bowler to take 2 wickets. And Manipal then chased it down with 3 overs to spare. Tishra Pereira again, 38 not out of 22 balls. Manoj Tiwari, Urbis Pina also played their part, particularly in the power play when they got off to a flyer. But going back to the effort with the ball to start off with, and Pravin Gupta was given the Legend of the Match award. It's not often, John, you see a bowler get the award for just 2 wickets, but these were 2 big wickets.
Absolutely right, and he was getting Dhawal. That was the LBW, right on target. He got utilised early on as well in the contest, which I like that. I like it when the captain gives someone some responsibility. We back you, we need wickets from you, and you deliver it. So it's a great reward for him.
And Harbhajan himself only bowled 2 overs, and he was happy to bowl the left-arm spinner to 2 great left-handed batters, and he got them both.
I think we see that a lot with Harbhajan Singh. A lot of times he just takes a back seat, give opportunities to a lot of other cricketers, and that's the greatness. So I think he does the right thing, and Harbhajan Singh, he knew if he was needed desperately, he can bowl those 2 overs. But I like that he rotated his bowlers.
Well, I mentioned the batting as well, and they got off to an absolute flyer, Manipal, which got them ahead of the game. They lost 2 wickets in the power play, but they scored a lot of runs as well. The most runs scored in the power play here so far in Jammu. How did they do it?
It was really a mix of sweep, reverse sweeps. We saw Mustard with a reverse sweep early on. But anything fuller with some pace on, they really went at it hard. And that's the right way to do it. With a hard new ball, with only 2 fielders outside the ring, and I'm glad a team has taken on that power play a lot more aggressively. A lot of other teams have tried to just get through with minimal damage and been a bit more watchful. And I'm really glad they really pushed the boat out and put some pressure on their opposition.
Yeah, I think they batted really well. And also, opening makes such a massive difference. If your opener does well, they got 30-odd partnership at the start, which just sets the platform. It just sets the tone for the rest of the batters.
Set the tone for the likes of Tissera Pereira, who is doing some serious damage at the moment at the end of the innings. 2 games in a row now, and he is absolutely brutal on anything that's pitched up, but also anything that's in his arc and short just goes out the park.
Yeah, he has a full go, and he's got long levers. He's a powerful man. In his arc, it's straight, and he pulls it across onto the long side. And they also tried to bowl short to him as well. They try to go short, they try to bowl slow balls, and he still pulled them away for 6 as well.
I think, yeah, what he brings is power. On a surface like this, you need somebody who can clear the boundary with ease, and you've got that in Tissera Pereira. He's such a clean hitter.
I can just about hear you. It's got quite loud out here now, hasn't it? People come in, they've pumped up the speakers, but we don't mind. We want the atmosphere here. I tell you who enjoyed the atmosphere earlier was Mohammed Kaif, not just with the bat, where he treated us to a pretty savvy, experienced knock on a tough pitch, but also in the field, he was running around like a very young man.
Yeah, I just think that was perfect. That's a perfect setup for him to come in because there's no real pressure of him going at 150, 160 strike rate. He was very happy to rotate the strike and score at 105, 106, and he played a wonderful knock. He just took the responsibility and then got his team to a decent total.
And how about his fielding, John? He was herring around. Does he know how old he is? He was running around like he's in his 20s.
That's outstanding. He throws himself around. He good throws and a boundary and then a leg side catch as well. They snaffled that one like it was picking up apples out of a tree there. That was just simple. He just grabbed it.
I did ask him how sore he was. He said pretty sore after the match.
Wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Then he'll be really sore. Just a quick one to finish off with Gujarat. I mean, you know, they're out of the playoff positions at the moment, but the universe boss is back. That will give them some hope for the last 2 games.
Absolutely. They've got a chance. He just needs 10, 12 balls. You know, that's enough for him to really make a difference.
Right, okay, we're going to focus now on the game we've got ahead of us. Over my shoulder in just a few minutes' time, it is Toyam Hyderabad against top of the table Southern superstars who are coached by a one-day international legend in Michael Bevan. But what's his coaching philosophy? Let's find out.
It's an interesting concept. It's different. From a player's perspective, it's important. I think it's valuable as well, as players get the opportunity to, well, continue to do what they love to do, and it also gives, I suppose, towns and places in India the opportunity to see good quality cricket where they wouldn't normally get to see it. So, you know, like the idea and the concepts, it's fabulous, and it would have been great if something like this had been around when I was still playing. We've played well, we've had a couple of close games and been fortunate to win those close games, which is always nice to see. We've played on wickets that have suited our attack. We've got some nice left-arm spinners and that have really held it together during the middle overs and made it really difficult for the opposing team to score. Lots of things are going well for us at the moment. It will be nice for us to continue to play good cricket throughout the rest of the tournament. It's an interesting combination about fun, but also, you know, taking it in the spirit in which competitive cricket is played and playing to win, but having a little bit of context about the tournament, the competition, the games and the players. Yeah, look, I think probably the favourite moment, I think, for me was our second win, chasing 173, 174 on a turning wicket against a good attack, and we had some great performances in that match. No better than Chirag Gandhi, who played a pivotal role in chasing down those runs, and so that was really special and nice to see. The thing that I find always amazing and interesting and enjoyable about India is their love for the game and the passion, and wherever you go, that never dissipates. And so a lot of these smaller places, the fans, they're waiting for you to play or waiting for you to play some cricket so they can watch is a pretty amazing experience. The wickets probably have been the biggest factor so far, and ensuring that there's a nice standard wicket in some of these places is probably something moving forward that the Legends League want to ensure that continues to improve.
Well, what a great player he was. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But first of all, the job he's done, John, as a coach with the Southern Superstars. He's a very chilled out guy there, isn't he? You can hear that in his voice. And it seems as though the Southern Superstars are playing without any pressure when they go out there.
Yeah, it's always good when a coach has a calm demeanour, a nice relaxed tone, and he has that moments with players. I think it's underrated. It's not so much technical with top players for coaches. It's more how he manages each player, and I think a lot of coaches can learn a lot from that.
I think he's been such a. I think for me the key is that he's been such a smart player. He read the game well as a player. Yeah. Now he's doing that as a coach as well, and that's the key. And see, he will bring some intensity because as a person he's always been very intense, which is sometimes very good for the team.
What a player, though. I mean, you know, when I think of 50-over batters, he's one of the first players that pops in my mind. There's like a real specialist, the pioneer almost of the format.
Oh, absolutely. He was an absolute champion. In chasing especially, he knew exactly when to accelerate, when to deaccelerate, and when to take those singles, when to hit the boundary. He was just phenomenal. I've been very fortunate to play against him in the IPL. And even then, he was an absolute master.
Yeah, he looks fit as well. I reckon he could probably still play. Maybe he'll play next year, you never know. Let's have a look at his team and also the Hyderabad 11 as well. We do have some changes to talk you through. New captain for Hyderabad in Peter Trigo. So no Gurkirat Singh, but still, you look at that side, John, and particularly the overseas players they have, you know, Sean Marsh, George Worker, Ricky Clark, Chadwick Walton. They've got quite a few all-rounders with Stuart Binney in there as well. Still a strong 11.
Absolutely. Malhotra also comes into the lineup there. He was utilised as impact previously, so he's got game time. Binney had a good little cameo the other night. Disappointing that Man's not there, unfortunately. He played very nicely, but Trigo is going to lead from the front, no doubt about it. And Marsh, I think, is still one of the most dangerous players in this league.
I feel like he's just ready for a big score, Sean Marsh. How about the Southern Superstars? Then a couple of enforced changes is what we heard from Srivat Goswami at the toss. Jivan Mendes has come in for Abdur Razak, which is a little bit of a blow, it must be said, but Martin Guptill is still there, and they've still got plenty of spin options.
Yeah, it's a very strong side. Shivas Goswami has batted really well. He's in the top 5 run getters. Martin Guptill obviously right top. And then you've got Negi, Gandhi, De Silva, a lot of experience. And what is key is, again, the younger legends have done really well for them.
And they've got the leading run scorer in the whole thing, Martin Guptill, 271 in 5 matches, 5 innings. This is his 6th right now, but it will be his first innings here in Jammu, which is going to be a little bit different to what we saw in Surat, because this was stunning stuff. The highest score we've ever seen in the LLC history.
Yeah, he was breaking everything in and around the ground as well. He was destructive, the clean hitting, and when he chose a couple overs, 1 for 34, I think it was 1 for 30. Really, that was the most entertaining over of the whole tournament. 34, he almost had the perfect 6.
And you know what? You've got to get your runs in Surat before you come here, is what he said as well, with a smile on his face.
100%. But just look at the innings, the way he batted and the way he plays those shots. He made it look like it's a piece of cake out there, where some of the batters struggled, even though it was an absolute belter of a track. But the power hitting we saw, you don't really see that very often.
Yeah. What do you guys think then? Do you think Hyderabad can turn over a side that haven't lost?
I think so. There might be a bit of complacency. You don't say there's complacency. I wouldn't think so, but there's always a chance when you win 5 out of 5, you just relax a little bit.
I think they've got the top 5. They've got the best top 5 in the league. They should start winning very soon.
Hyderabad have got the best top 5 in the league.
100%. Yeah. I think so.
Okay, listen, I don't disagree with that on paper, but cricket is played on grass, so we will wait and see about that. Southern Superstars have won the toss as well, and they are going to bowl first. So Hyderabad going to have to put a score on the board. We will have the live action in just a few moments' time. Make sure you stick around. It's bottom against top.
Welcome back. We are on our second game today here in the wonderful city of Jammu. We've got Toyam Hyderabad taking on the Southern Superstars. So bottom of the table taking on the top of the table. Match number 16, and this is the 50th match in LLC history. And an absolute nail-biter. We could be in for a mouth-watering matchup this. Yes, top versus bottom of the table, but that doesn't tell the whole story. Toyam Hyderabad, they've had a few rained out. They've had one rained out, and they've had some very close encounters, losing the last one in a super over. So they have got some ground to make up, but it can be done. Southern Superstars have made it 5 from 5 so far, already made history with that, and are trying to make 6 from 6 here this evening in Jammu. The youngsters are in. You can have a later bedtime tonight because it's all about coming to watch these legends in action, get the snacks in, get the drinks in, and get out here watching and enjoying. They've got horns blaring, India shirts on, of course, because there are some legends of the game in action, not just from India, but from all over the world, and that is the beauty of the K-Rasa Legends League. There are players that you might have thought you'd missed your opportunity to see in action, but you can get here in Jammu and come and have a watch. So this is what happened when the Connaught Sirius Odisha took on the Southern Superstars. It was the Superstars dominated it, winning it by 8 wickets because of an absolutely blistering innings from Martin Guptill. Coming off the back of what was already a half century the night before that, he then went even better, 131 not out off just 54 deliveries. He struck 11 sixes on his way to that, which is an LLC record. Well, the Toyam Hyderabad, their last match, well, it looked like they were down and out, but finished it level pegging, 144 for 7, both of them after a record-breaking final over. We then went to a super over, again for the first time ever in LLC history, but Gunaratne, he bowled absolutely brilliantly, which meant Hyderabad could only score 4 runs, and they ended up losing that match. But they're a very strong side, and they could come out here, and yes, they're bottom of the table at the moment, but they can take on top of the table, and they can say, you know what, we're not down and out. We might be at the bottom for now, but it's not over till it's over, and they still have a chance. The fans are in, they're waving, they're excited. See that child there, he's already well focused. Mum and dad are
Yeah, there seems to be quite a lot more grass rolled into the wicket. So let's quickly go down and have a closer look at the pitch. There's lots of rolled in grass. You can see little pieces here, but it's being held together quite firmly. The problem is the other end is quite bare, and obviously the spinners are going to have a lot more role to play, I think, and they've had a big role to play throughout this side or this leg of the tournament. It's been extremely tough for batters.
Well, he is playing in the 50th match in the Legends League. He also played in the very first match of the Legends League. So that is quite some going. He played in the first one, and now he's playing in the 50th. There he is, Billy Bowden and Chris Beery are overseeing proceedings tonight. So be ready for that crooked finger of death to go up from Billy Bowden. The last thing you want to see as a batter. And get those glasses on, get the best look possible you can at this game this evening, because I just have a feel we could be in for a really good match here. And I'm happy to say that John Kent has made his way up the stairs. You've got your steps in, run up those steps, slid in elegantly into the seat next to me. And I think we're on for a good one.
I think we're in for a real cracker. Funny enough, I actually, talking about coming back to the commentary box, I walked past the umpire's room and I saw Billy Bowden warming up. He was doing his stretches, getting through his full array of movements to loosen up for his sixes, fours and out.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? He's quite elaborate with those movements, so you don't want to put a joint out and have to call the physio out as an umpire because you've got overexcited in calling a four.
Yeah, he certainly was in the zone, loosening up there, but the men in blue out in the centre. And this side here, they've got it all to do, but they are packed with world-class legends in their ranks. They've got a very scary opening pair to bowl to here, you've got to say. The Australian left-hander, sorry, the New Zealander, I was going to say, Worker, he's up front. I thought it was Marsh for a second, but it is Worker, he's up front. And he's going to be joined by the wicket-keeper, West Indian, Walton.
Yeah, WW, Worker and Walton up the top. That man there, well, he has been in fine form with the bat, so he'll have had a look at this pitch and tried to scope it out as well, but he won't be needed with the bat just yet. Worker there on the right, and Walton will be behind the stumps, and they're just waiting in the middle at the moment. We saw earlier on, it was very funny, Harbhajan was waiting to find out who was going to bat, who was going to face the first delivery, so then he was going to decide who would bowl the first over. But these two punching gloves in the middle. Srivat Goswami heads off behind the stump. So George Worker, the left-hander up top. 154 matches, 3,480 runs and a healthy strike rate over 123.5. And he's got the yellow gloves to match the yellow kit. Things we love to see.
It's his opening partner, Walton. He hasn't quite come off yet in this tournament. And when he does, he normally wins the game all on his own. So they'll be hopeful he can find his range, find the middle of the bat as soon as possible. So big expectations on his shoulders. I'm sure he will deliver shortly. So very interesting pair, and there is some time being taken here by the keeper, by the shortest man on the field, Goswami. Short wheelbase.
Yeah, went out to do the toss, and there's myself and Peter Trigo sort of towering over Srivat's next to us. So Chaturanga De Silva with the ball in hand. He has had some good cameos with the bat as well, and he seems to always be in catching positions out in the field as well. But as the crowd come in tonight, people are still rolling in. It's exciting that the Legends League has come to Jammu, and this is Legends League's half century. So we're raising our bat this evening, 50 up for the K-Rasa Legends League. But in this season, it is match number 16. It's Toyam Hyderabad taking on the Southern Superstars. Top of the table versus bottom of the table. But the table tells one story, and the talent stacked up in both sides tells a very different one. So it's De Silva with the ball in hand. He's going to start proceedings to George Worker.
Yeah, that's fine.
And they're up and running straight away, just nurdled away, and Worker's off the mark.
And I think this one will play a little bit better. This wicket had a bit of a sheen to it, so hopefully it plays quite well and the batsman can score a bit more freely than what we've seen before. Worker just gets one off the middle of the bat, gets himself underway, normal bounce, normal turn, nothing really exceptional happening. But having a look at their top order, like we've said earlier, Abhishek said their top 5 is some of the best in this tournament. Marsh, Trigo, Ricky, Clark as well.
So Walton will be facing up now for the first time. Also keeping wicket for this side. The right-hander, so right-left combination up the top. Bit of flight this time through the covers, and Walton's off the mark with a boundary.
That's the way, and he's off. Walton finding his range, a little bit over-pitched, and a lovely square drive. Sliced it through backward point, and this is what you got to be careful of here. Half volley will be dispatched, doesn't matter what wicket you're playing on, and he's got to bowl into the wicket.
He goes again, that's even better, and he picks up another 4. This is some intent from Walton up the top.
And he's got to pull that length back. He's just floating it too full and too wide with his field set, which is basically up on the offside. Point, cover, extra cover, they're all in the ring. So that's a free shot, that, and he doesn't miss out.
Okay.
9 already. That's a much better delivery from De Silva. He's been hit for back-to-back 4s, and then he just makes it a little fuller, a little straighter, doesn't give him any room. And this is how that Superstars team lines up. There's some really strong talent in there. Guptill, Goswami up the top, a really strong opening partnership. And he goes for the 3rd one of the over, and this time even bigger, and he picks up 6. What an over this is turning into to start things off for Hyderabad.
He's making this wicket look like a road. The shots he's played already, a lot of entertainment. We haven't finished the first over yet, and there the skipper got a confused look on his face, and they're under the pump here. 15 or 5 balls. Another shot over extra cover. This time, even better timing. Going all the way. Brilliant start here for Hyderabad. Oh!
Yeah, that was a little better. This time he's just getting a bit overexcited. So an expensive first over. 1 gone, 15 for none. The youngsters are in, they're getting excited. What a way to spend your Saturday evening. Why not? And for those of you watching at home, thank you for tuning in from home instead. Just stretching up there. Getting the last stretches in for Mendes. So 15 coming off that first over. What a start for Toyam Hyderabad. And so Suranda Lakmal, the right arm fast medium. And that's straightened on Worker. I think he's just managed to get a bit of bat on that.
Lovely start, Lakmal. Getting some swing. He used to be a prodigious swinger of the ball in his prime, and the seam position tells you why. Big edge. It was a stifled appeal, but right on the money. That's where you want to be. First ball, right on target, hit the length, ask some questions. But Walton, he has got off to a flyer, and now he's on strike, and the skipper, he's got some worries.
Touch away, touch away. You got it too. Thank you.
So he hit 3 boundaries off the first over, the 2 fours, and then went 1 better, striking that 6. So that strike rate already, 280 for Walton, and we know he can score fast. And that's what they're going to want to do, set a really strong, heavy foundation. If they can get a strong opening partnership, that's just going to set them up nicely. And that's a really good start this has been from Lakmal, just not giving him any room. Let's just go solid in defence, Walton. So overseeing proceedings, Billy Bowden. Now at one end, wait for that crooked finger, the elaborate 6 showing, the 4s, gets really into it. And Chris Ferry slightly more muted in his decision making. So those are the 2 men in charge of things tonight. It's nicely played. Again, picks out that fielder inside the ring. So this from Lakmal, just what they needed.
Looking back at the finest moments of the first over, cover, extra cover, and then long extra cover with the last one. Lovely timing to start. It's going to try and be a bit destructive against the seam bowler here. Lakmal, the ball just staying down a little bit.
Given the whip, glorious, absolute imperious striking this from Walton.
There's Billy. And they've just dished up far too many balls full and wide. If you throw those hands at it, and he will not let you down. He throws the hands and the bat, and it races through that region. No doubt whatsoever what the result is going to be when he swings at the ball like that. Lakmal's got to be wicket to wicket. Try and utilize the variable bounce and bring the stumps into play.
Yeah, straighter that time, and they do well to scamper through. It's good running. 2 very fit players still. So they'll be looking to try and, even when they can't find the boundary, keep moving quickly.
I think he's got to look to probably get forward to that length. I would say Walton trying to go back and punch it off the back foot. He's just toe-ending it with the lack of bounce, and possibly he should, that in-between length, try and look to get forward probably. A better option, but good running. Worker lost his bat in the process, and he's on strike now. Lakmal try to swing that ball back in, LBW into play.
Not where he was aiming, but he's found a gap there. There is a fielder out on the boundary. So this has been a really good start from the men in yellow. 2 overs gone, 22 for none. So this is how the 2 teams line up today. Hyderabad has stacked in that top batting order, and these 2 at the top are working really nicely. Superstar as well, Martin Guptill, can't really look past him as the man who's shone for that side so far. Worker 3 from 3 at the moment. Walton at the other end on 19. And he's found an edge there. It's just kicked up on him a bit, and they've had a change in bowler here, so Monu has been brought on after that very expensive first over.
some short players in the Southern Superstars team. The keeper, the bowler, probably a very short combination. But he runs in. He charges in. He's quite a skiddy customer, which might actually be easier to face, you'd think. The bowler's coming from quite a height, hitting the wicket hard on a good length. It'll be tough to score against, such as Lakmal. But Manu a lot skiddier.
That's well kept down by Walton, sent back. So we did have a very explosive first over. It's calmed down a little bit since then. And that man on your screens there, well, we ran out of superlatives for his hitting the other day. It really was sensational. We've been seeing it all over social media the last few days. Some of that striking. It was something to behold. He's done well to not play it onto his own stumps there, Walton.
You think about the game in Surat you're talking about, where both innings as he came right and got some massive scores. He had a far better wicket compared to the one that's being shown to us now. So it's a little bit bare on one end. Far less grass and a lot of variable bounce and spin should play a role, but so far it seems to be coming onto the bat quite nicely this evening.
Shorter, and that's really found some movement off the pitch from Manu. Not read at all by Walton.
Was through that shot very early, and he bowled a cutter that seemed to grip in the wicket. So it seems when that ball's hard and new, it really does fly off the bat, and it's just starting to wear now. Almost 3 overs bowled with this delivery, with this ball, and that really did grip.
That's well down that leg side. You could hear the sort of grunt to that extra bit of aggression as he released that one, but missed his line completely.
Yeah, he needs to just get his radar back here for a minute. He's trying to mix it up with some variations. The skipper just trying to look at his next bowling change possibly. I don't think I'd be surprised if he bowls to silver again. For his second over, he got punished.
That is imperious. He's going to pick up 6 there. It's sat up, it was there to be hit, and Worker doesn't miss out.
He's a very entertaining player and a person as well. I met him last night and he is full of fun, full of chat, and full of runs as well, it appears. Lovely shot, picked up on the length very well. It was played with a slightly vertical bat, that pull shot. Didn't quite get up as high as he expected. But Manu, a couple of extras and now a 6.
Missing that line again, Manu just needs to get his head back in gear here. He started really well, just a single backed up by 2 dots. And then when he found that wide, it's gone wide, 6 wide.
Looks like he's trying to bowl really quick. I think it's not all about that. Obviously, a bit of extra pace with some older players batting. The eyes might not be as good as they used to. But he's got to hit a length here. Find a length and line that he can work with.
Much better. Striking on the pad, going down leg there, but let's finishes off the over. 3 gone, 32 for none. Look at that for a start. 32 off just 3 overs. That first over was a monster to kick things off. And these two starting off really nicely. Partnership 32 off 20. And that's just what you want from your opening pair when you're trying to find your first win. And unsurprisingly, Lakmal has been brought on, but he too missing his line, just the radar a little bit out there.
But in the games, these type of games, you want to start well. Be disciplined, try and take the initiative early on. What they have done is they've handed the initiative to Hyderabad here with some poor deliveries, some bad discipline with a couple of extras along the way, and now they're trying to find their way back into the game, and that's very, very tough to do.
Shot. That's going to be 4 more of them to Walton.
Another wonderful shot, Walton. He said if he gets in, he normally wins games on his own. And talking about being a little bit relaxed, a little bit complacent, maybe that's what's crept in here for the Southern superstars. They just seem to be quite relaxed, maybe a bit too relaxed, and think it's just going to happen, and it certainly isn't tonight.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that mentality, which we'll come back to after this next delivery. And that's a much better delivery. The recovery just smitting that outside edge. He's still holding the pose. But we've obviously got the team that are at the bottom of the table versus a team who've won 5 from 5 so far. Well, look at this Dream 11 leaderboard at the moment. Manan Sharma, the man always in the wickets, he's up the top, and then Martin Guptill just kicking at his heels, napping at his heels, 410. He's only 2 points behind, and he'll have the chance today to add more points to that. But this side, obviously bottom of the table, and it's very different mindsets they'll have come into this with, because they know they need to find a win, whereas they're already qualified for the playoffs, the superstars. Obviously you want to win as many games as you can, but it is very difficult to sort of get yourself in that fighting mentality that a team who really need to go out and win are going to get into.
So I think the loss of Razak for the Southern Superstars is going to be quite a loss, because that's who they really turn to in these games. He stepped up so well, him, Negi, those type of guys, they've been really at the forefront of it. You saw he was in the Dream 11 top 5, Razak, and he's not really going to be around and not bowling this evening, which is a big blow to them.
Just clipped away nicely by Worker, and they'll just plod through and add 1 more to the total. 39 already on the board.
Talked about who's in the ascendancy, and the Superstars are unbeaten. The only unbeaten side in the tournament, up at 10 points. Tigers are closing them down with a handy win. And a lot of rained out games. Some of those teams down the bottom, the greats, they got a few points from some rainouts. Hyderabad, I'll tell you what, they're searching for their first win. They've been very close to it on a number of occasions. That's why we say they will come right in time here. There's no doubt about it. They've got fighting qualities, and they're showing it tonight again.
Clubbed away, and there's no stopping that. And if you get in the way of it, it's going to hurt as well. It's been given quite some oomph from Walton. And he's come out today. I don't know what he had for lunch, but it's working, and he really means business this evening.
Pull shot. There it is. Heaved away on the onside. Lakmal dragging it down. Didn't get up, but he really played a great pull shot. And that is what he's done brilliantly so far.
Nicely kept down, a little bit straighter that time from Lakmal. But another successful over. So 4 overs gone, 44 for none. Just a few discussions being had out there in the middle. Our sometimes commentator Nikhil Chopra overseeing the men in yellow tonight. He's always a cool, calm, collected customer with the diamonds sparkling on his ears while he watches on. He said he actually really enjoyed the other night, despite the stress of that super over. You know, it was just the excitement of that last over and all the runs coming from it, and then going to the super over. They thought they were down and out for a while. It looked like it to us, but as you say, these professional sportsmen, they fight until the very end. And that's gone aerial again, and Chadwick Walton is absolutely loving it out there this evening. He picks up another 4.
Just hasn't quite been De Silva's evening so far. He's bowled a few poor deliveries, full and wide, and now just a bit slower. And gives Walton enough time to go deep in the crease and heave it away. So, wow, Walton's hit 6 fours and 1 6. That's 30 out of 33 runs. Full of boundaries.
Well, if you don't want to do all the running, just send it to the boundary. Save the legs. Tries to give himself room and cut it through that offside this time, just finding the bottom edge, Walton, but 33 from 20. This is quite some start, and this is just what they needed, Hyderabad. They've shaken off the losses, and now they mean business tonight. Nudged away, and again, it's good running. They're able to come through for singles, these two. They're fit players, and they're quick off the mark and able to come through quickly.
That's right. When you're not putting the ball away for 4, if there's a decent delivery or 2, you've got to be sharp and anticipate, and Worker responded well to that quick single. I'd like to see if Worker's going to go big here.
Worker being starved of the strike a little at the moment, not quite getting it away in the same way Walton is, having a feel for it. Looks a little laboured there. Nice looking sweep shot, picks out the field of those, so that closes out the 5th over. Hyderabad 49 for none.
Change in pitch and a change in fortunes for the batters here in Jammu. Look at that. 49 taken off the first 5 overs. Chadwick Walton looks in supreme touch. 34 off 21. George Worker, the other half of the 2 Ws, looks pretty decent as well. Wonder if we're in for a lot more runs today all round. Let's not count our chickens just yet, because things could change very quickly, as we know. Manu Kumar, can he get the breakthrough? Just looks in really good shape, Chadwick Walton.
Oh, he does. And along with that is the 50 partnership as well, in very quick time. And Chadwick Walton scoring majority of the runs, 35 of 22, and what an innings we have seen so far from him. And the partnership has been excellent. George Worker just taking the back seat, as you would expect in a partnership. Somebody going hard, somebody just maneuvering the field, getting those 1s and 2s. It looks a much better surface than it did a couple of days early. And we mentioned that there was a bit of shine, Matt. We saw a bit of shine on the surface, and it looked like it's going to play a lot better, and it did so far.
That's one of the first we've seen just keep a little bit low. It's wide enough, though, to not cause any problems for George Worker. Let's have a look at what Chadwick Walton has done so far. And he started off playing a lot of lofted shots through the offside of the spinner. Really good. 2 in succession of Chaturanga's first over. Very severe on any width And then he really picked up the short ball and he pulled in front of square really well. Shots like that, brilliant. He has looked as good as anyone has looked so far in Jammu.
Yeah, what's been the difference on this surface than the previous one? Is that the ball is not stopping on the surface so much. And especially against Monu, you can't expect the ball to bounce too much because he's not a very tall, fast bowler, and also he's a bit skiddy. So you always expect the ball to bounce and skid rather than getting a bit of extra bounce from the surface. So you should be prepared as a batter. And George Worker at the moment, he's expecting the ball to bounce a bit more on that surface, and that's what Chadwick Walton is telling him. And that's important when you're batting as a pair, to pass on that message.
Yeah, important not to get too carried away and start thinking you're batting in Surat, because you're not. But early signs are good. This does look like a better deck than the ones we've seen so far. Pulled well in front of square, and it's going to spin away for 4. So George Worker gets a 4 to go with his earliest 6.
That's a nicely played shot. He was prepared. He was expecting a short delivery. Monu, who bowled the perfect length in the last couple of balls, going slightly short, giving it a bit more, bending his back a bit more on that delivery. But nicely played. Complete control when he played that shot. And straight away, the short mid-wicket fielder goes back to deep mid-wicket, and they bring in a shot third up.
He goes for it anyway. It goes really well. That's gone a long way back.
And look at Billy. Oh yes. Again, another magnificent shot. Pick the length and off she goes. Up and over. Fine leg. Back-to-back boundaries, first a 4 and then a 6. Monu will have to bowl slightly fuller. Straight away, a couple of people having a chat with him, and look at the reaction from Monu. He can't believe he got pumped for a 6.
And what he did really well there was to just use the pace and help it behind square, something that someone like Surya Kumar Yadav does exceptionally well. Does go fuller, as predicted.
Yeah, a lot of times as a batter, you know what's on offer, looking at the field, and after 6 overs, 61 without loss.
What a start by Toyam Hyderabad, in bad need of a win, and they've got off to almost a perfect start really in these conditions. 61 off the power play, the highest we've seen here in Jammu. They've got a fantastic platform now, courtesy of the 2 Ws. Can they use it?
They've been very proactive, both these players, and now Jaisal Karia. This could get interesting. He's taking the ball away from George Worker. A smart bowler, Jaisal, and at the economy. Under 7, 30 T20 matches, 28 wickets, but the economy is the key.
Yeah, we haven't seen much purchase yet, have we, with this new ball on this pitch? Wonder if that's going to change, whether at some point we're going to start seeing a bit more grip.
Yeah, it's both the bowler and the keeper making sure, he's telling the fielders that make sure you don't give a single. If it goes for a 4, that's absolutely fine, but they shouldn't be able to take a tap and run.
Oh, that was slower, wasn't it? And then just a bit of grip.
Yeah, look at the fielder, Robin Best. Very close to the batter. Shivas Goswami making sure the fielders are in the right place.
Okay, so how have these two managed to go at 10 and over? Well, they got off to an absolute flyer, courtesy of Walton in that first over. Chaturanga de Silva hitting with the spin, really good batting, up and over the offside twice. Work has been very good off the back foot, he's pulled hard, and so has Walton, to be fair. He's pulled well in front of square when he's had the chance. It really is maybe a partnership that you felt were always going to explode at some point, and today's been the day.
Yeah, as we discussed earlier, they've got such a strong top 3, top 4 that you expect a lot better than they have been so far in this competition, and today you got a glimpse of it. Both these players taking a lot more responsibility. It's sort of a must-win game, and they know that, and hence the performance so far.
Tidy start by Jessel Karia. 7 overs gone, 62 without loss. Economy rates high for a change here in Jammu. 3 bowlers, 9.5 or more. Karia, the one who's been economical in his 6 deliveries. They do have a bit of ammunition, a bit of firepower with the ball to come. And we're going to see some of that firepower right now in Pawan Negi, one of their key left-arm spinners. What can he get out of this pitch?
Yeah, if you look at the bowling options they have, they've got quite a few, and Pawan Negi has been among the wickets.
Oh, that's close, his turn. Maybe too much. Billy was indignant. No, he said. Let's run away towards the boundary for just the one leg by.
Yeah, the reaction from the bowler, the keeper, the skipper, Srivas, who's behind the stumps as well. They couldn't believe that it was given not out, but I just felt a bit too much turn on that delivery. Close. Oh, mighty close, I tell you what. I think that was very close. Billy, not convinced.
Billy was indignant, in fact. I wonder if the bowler should be indignant there.
Yeah. It was a wonderful delivery to start.
He almost looked at Pawan Negi as in like, what are you doing appealing, son?
Srivas Goswami behind the stumps just said to Negi, how can that not be out? It was pretty out, to be honest. If you ask me, that is plum.
Oh, he wants to get after the left-arm spinner spinning into him. Thick inside edge, but keep your eye on this battle. Negi v Worker.
Also, that's also sometimes you can't be too harsh on the umpire, because the moment that the way the ball turned, with the naked eye, even we felt that that ball has done a bit too much.
Hard slog sweep, flat 4 for Chadwick Walton. He keeps on going, and that area around about deep mid-wicket has been very profitable for him.
What an innings he's playing. Difficult conditions for batting, but look at him. Oh, brilliant. It's all about picking the right length and then choosing the right options. That's what he has done so far in this innings of 40, of just 27 deliveries. Here we go, Billy. He's having a great time here, Billy Bowden.
I think he probably does more exercise than I do in the gym in one cricket match, the amount he moves around.
And also the flexibility, Matt. Still very flexible, Billy.
Yep. We've got legendary players out there. We've got legends who are umpires as well. He is a legend. Lots of selfies being taken. He always puts his crooked finger up in his selfie as well.
Yeah, always, always. That's been the signature. And again, there's a few changes on the field, but Chadwick Walton, he needs to keep going for the Hyderabad team.
Yeah, Negi already getting something out of this pitch because he just drives the ball into it, doesn't he? Bowls at a good pace.
Yeah, that one a bit more from the side of the pitch, using the angle.
hit the pad. Out. Yes, he's done by the one that's gone straight on. That's really clever bowling by Pawan, the 1-2 punch.
Very smart. The previous one just tossed it up, a really slow, asked him the question to go big, and look at that turn and bounce. The next one from similar position, but it was an arm delivery. Absolutely didn't pick that. Chadwick Walton. Negi was convinced, so was Srivas, and this time even Billy was convinced. Chadwick Walton, after a wonderful knock of 40 of 29, out. Toyam Hyderabad 69 for 1.
Having fun in the stands, young, old, everyone. Don't get to see too much cricket here in Jammu, and we've got a decent crowd in now, and it's growing as well as it gets cooler. Shaun Marsh in at number 3. So we've got 2 left-handers, 2 powerful left-handers. Shaun Marsh, you feel, was a good signing for Toyam Hyderabad. He showed glimpses in his previous innings here, just got a 20-odd, but this is a better pitch, and you feel like he could be a trump card once he hits his stride. Might be a good tactic as well with Pawan on at the other end. But the off-spinner Karia to continue. Oh, he goes back to a very full delivery.
It makes life easier for Karia now with 2 left-handers out there. And look at that delivery. He set him up so well there. He was not expecting an arm ball. The bat didn't even come down.
Could be 2 here. There will be. Very fit, these 2, and pretty young as well. And that wicket, I mean, it was just such a surprise ball, wasn't it? You could see that, as you say, it wasn't just the fact that it skidded on, but he was late on it too.
Absolutely, and he went pretty wide for the last 2 deliveries and set it up brilliantly. Pawan is such a smart operator. JSL Karia bowling well as well.
It's a good period now, isn't it, with these 2 spinners working in tandem. They're just dragging this back a little bit. Sense maybe it's turning slightly. Well, it's turning maybe in terms of momentum, but also on the pitch.
It is turning, but the only difference from the previous game on the same surface is that the ball is not stopping and turning. It's still coming onto the bat after pitching.
All right, let's see that wicket again. Yeah. It's gone very wide of the crease. He's got a wide arm, not a high arm, and that really adds to the whole deceit. Walton just wasn't expecting it. Finally gets one of those cuts away. Final ball of the over. So it's another tidy one. The run rate is coming down. 72 for 1 after 9. I'd imagine the Southern superstars wouldn't mind just getting the next over in quickly, because it's a good period for them, but they're not going to be able to, because it's time for a strategic timeout. been a good start by Toyam Hyderabad, 72 for 1 off 9 overs as they chase the first win of the season. But they have been pegged back in the last 3 overs. Crowd, regardless of who they're supporting, they're just really happy to have cricket here in Jammu. And the vibe is building, you can feel it, can't you, Abi?
Yeah, as the game is progressing, you see more and more people coming in. It's a good crowd in. And they must have enjoyed the cricket they've witnessed so far. And the partnership, the first wicket partnership, we spoke about it earlier as well between Walker and March, has been outstanding. Some brilliant shots from Chadwick Walton. And then Walker joined the party with a couple of boundaries as well.
They have stuttered a bit though since then. The last 3 overs, 11 runs for 1 wicket. And here's Jivan Mendes. Bowled in first ball. What an entry. The perfect dismissal for a leggy. Spun right through the gate.
Oh, any leg spinner in this world, I tell you, will be mighty proud with that delivery. Couldn't have dreamed for a better first delivery, Jiva Mendes. Look at that. A bit of in drift. Paced turn. And wickets are all over the place. George Walker, who was looking really good for his 28. Disappointed. 72 for 2, Toyam Hyderabad.
Jaskaran Malhotra is the new batter. 17 matches in his T20 career. Oh my God, he's got 2 in 2. What a shot, first ball as well. The googly, and he tries to play the slog sweep for 6. He's on a hat-trick.
I have to say, he will be mighty disappointed with that shot. Jaskaran Malhotra, first delivery, googly didn't pick it, and look at that. Going for a big heave through the onside. Oh, he must have enjoyed. Mendes picked up Walker, was his first ever wicket in LLC, and now Jaskaran Malhotra out for a duck. 72 for 3.
Ricky Clark, the new batter, hat-trick ball, and it's a full toss, which he deals with comfortably. Maybe that's what even Malhotra, or Jaskaran Malhotra, should have done first ball.
I was a bit surprised with that shot, really. Didn't get a sighter, didn't see what the pitch is doing, or the bowler. First time he probably phased the bowler as well, Mendes, Jiva Mendes, and trying to go for that extravagant slog through the onside and paid a heavy price for it.
Sean Marsh been watching the carnage from the other end. He finally gets his first ball and his first run. Let's have a look at what's happened since the strategic timeout. First ball, played all round that, but it was a good leggy George Worker, and then the googly to Malhotra. First ball, he tries to belt it out the park, 2 in 2. All of a sudden, the momentum has completely changed in this innings.
The only way momentum shifts is by taking wickets, and they have done it brilliantly. Ricky Clark made it into a Yorker. Yeah, the moment you lose a couple of wickets in an over as a batter, your natural tendency is to be a bit cautious.
And that rags as well. What an over, what a restart. 2 wickets, 3 runs. Well done, Jeevan Mendes, 75 for 3.
दे
75 for 3 after 10. And Jaisal Karia is back in the attack, and Georgie Heath is back in the com box.
I disappear for 5 overs, and you just take all these wickets, you slow the run scoring down. It was carnage when I left.
I think, yeah, that was you who was very good at taking wickets. Suddenly you've rubbed it in.
I'm too busy scoring runs this time.
बस 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 गांधी
Been drafted in by Hyderabad to score runs from the comms box.
There's been a massive shift in the first 6 overs. The power play, they were unbelievable. 61 for none. And Georgie in the last, oh, that's brilliant from Jaisal Karia. But in the last 4 overs, they've lost 3 wickets for just 14 runs.
Yeah, it's been incredible, hasn't it? That introduction of Mendes there. If they carry on at this rate, get themselves to 147, which you think is a pretty competitive target, but we do know what they can do with the bat, this superstars side. And that's turned. And the thing with superstars, they always have the belief they can get themselves back in, and that's exactly what they've done here. Suddenly, 3 quick wickets, and they're back in the game.
Yeah, you look at the bowling options, they have so many spinners. They're just packed with spinners.
Going down leg there, but Karia making things happen, and they won't mind this. Another dot ball.
Yeah, if you look at that spell, 2.4 overs, just 5 runs, and you know, that's where it gets difficult for the batter. One turns, one just straightens. You don't know what to predict as a batter.
Marsh picks up another. So as you said earlier, oh, they're going to come back for a second here. There's a mix-up. It's going to have to be quick. He is quick. And actually it was a mix-up really in the field as well. Poor bit of fielding. Weren't aware that Marsh had got his skates on and set off.
You can't expect Jiva Mendes to do it all. Shrivas, come on. He's just taken a couple of wickets now. You expect him to have a one-hand throw and have a direct hit as well. Asking for a bit too much, if you ask me. But nicely done by Jiva Mendes. But the bowling have been just brilliant from Jaisal. 6 runs off his 2.5 overs.
Just keeping them so quiet. Dot closes the over. Just 2 runs coming from it. 11 gone, 77 for 3. Full toss, not quite given the treatment it might have deserved. And unsurprisingly, Mendes continuing.
Yeah, this could get interesting now with Licky Clark, who's got such long levers. Anything in his arc, I tell you, he's going to go aerial. Over extra cover, over long off. Or that can happen as well.
Yeah, Mendes has just got it all up his sleeve today. Came on, 2 wickets and 2 balls. This time just turned on Ricky Clark and well taken by Goswami.
Oh yeah,
And again, thumb on the pad. There's that wry smile.
You know, I love the stump mic. You get to hear so many funny things. Shivas Goswami just telling the fielder, you're a very good fielder. Shouldn't be giving these singles.
Marsh thought about coming down the track to that one, in the end waited and is just clipping it away. But this is not the destruction we saw earlier. And they're just dealing in ones and dots at the moment. They're trying to recover after those wickets tumbled.
Yeah, I think they got quite ahead in the first 6 overs, so they have the luxury of just taking a bit more time here. As long as they can have a partnership, have the foundation.
And he goes up for the appeal. Billy Bowden shakes his head, says no. Goswami gives it the double teapot, hands on hips.
Well, I think that was mighty close again. A googly didn't pick Ricky Clark. Maybe just outside the off-stump impact, but it felt very close. Oh, that is very close. That is really, really close.
Yeah, this one goes aerial. He's just found that gap, Clark, and that's just released a bit of pressure for Toyam Hyderabad. 12 gone, 84 for 3. Spinners turning things back in the favour of the Southern superstars. Mendes, he came on, he took 2 wickets in 2 balls, when this is easy. Don't know why you're letting these batters control things. And then one also for Negi. That first wicket didn't fall until 69 runs on the board. Now 84 for 3. Still 8 overs to go, and they're still in quite a comfy position. But with people bowling like this, it makes it a lot more difficult. This is a last over for Karia, this one.
The last 4 or 5 overs, the pitch has started doing a lot more than it was. Look at that delivery, unplayable. Really. Very difficult as a batter. And the problem is, Georgie, the previous one turned from there, and the next one just went with the arm. So as a batter, you don't really know what to expect.
Found the outside edge, and you were out there doing that pitch report as well, and we understood that Shrivats wanted to chase. And when you see what's happening with the spinners at this point, you can see why I made that decision.
And also it looked a lot better. It played a lot better in the first 6. Then as the game progressed, it got a bit slower and lower. But that shot from Ricky Clark in the previous over, final delivery, was a nice one.
And if they can just keep rotating that strike, picking up the singles at the moment, they will have the opportunity to start taking on the bad ball again.
Yeah, at the moment, both these players looking a bit unsure with what approach they should be going at. They should be attacking, or they should just take a bit more time, be defensive. I think they still have the luxury of a couple of overs to have a look in.
Oh, that's found something. He can't believe it's missed the outside edge.
Jaisal Karia. He'll be disappointed he hasn't picked up a wicket. He's bowled really well. Bowled at a good length, the line we often talk about.
How has that missed? He can't believe it either. And what an over that's been, just 3 runs coming off it. 13 overs gone, 87 for 3. Well, it was that partnership, the opening partnership, 69 from 51, that really set the foundation, but then wickets began to tumble. Now just trying to build again. 15 off 22, these two. His eyes are lit up there, full toss, taking it on, picks up 4.
Missed out on a full toss in the previous over, but not on this occasion. Knew exactly what he wanted to do. Nicely placed, well timed. I think you'll expect a lot more from Shaun Maas. He loves dancing down the track and taking the bowler on. And every time Jiva Mendes will toss it up, he's going to take that route.
He thought about coming down to that one again and decided against it the last second.
Slightly flatter, slightly quicker. Hence decided to stay in the crease. And now Ricky Clark, he's under a bit of pressure here. Though he's got 9 of 10. But he's somebody who loves to hit boundaries. He's a power hitter, a boundary hitter. Just looking at the options he's got here, Ricky. The 5 men on the onside. So he's got a gap behind point if the ball is short.
And it just gets it slightly too square there. You can see his thinking.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Shivas Goswami had an extra man on a short mid-wicket. When the ball is turning away from Ricky Clark, you might as well have a short third and a point to try and save those singles.
That's hit hard, and that's hit Ricky Clark. And I felt that. I really felt that. Oh.
Shaun Maas must have said sorry a few times while taking that run. Smashed it. We'll have to see, was it on his toes or the ankle or the pads? But yeah, with his expression, it felt like he did feel it, Ricky. Lucky. Not injured too badly. Oh, a bit of turn there. It's a wide as well.
Just gives Ricky Clark a few extra seconds to take a few deep breaths, say a few choice words inside his head. Lovely sweep. And that's got 4 written on it. Well done, Ricky Clark. He gets hit and then he hits one.
Well, that's a brilliant shot. Fantastic batting. And you see the long reach. He's got very long hands and he's a very tall man. Any other player would have struggled to get to that delivery. And well controlled, well placed. That'll give him a lot of confidence.
That's even better. Back-to-back boundaries for Ricky Clark. It brings up the 100 for the Toyam Hyderabad. 14 overs gone, 103 for 3. So, Toyam Hyderabad, they started quite some firepower up the top, and they've just brought up their 100. The first 50 came in 31 deliveries, this one 53, but they lost wickets in there, so they did then have to rebuild. That's why it slowed down a bit. But now, Clark and Marsh out in the middle and really putting the foot on that accelerator.
Yeah, previous over was a big one. 16 came off it. They needed that. And suddenly there's a shift in momentum. The foot's on the gas, from Ricky Clark at least. And it's time for Shaun Maas to join as well. Subodh Bhati, we'll see him for the first time. 52 wickets in his T20 career, economy under 8.
It's a big backswing at this one, not quite middled it. And there's a misfield out there, so they'll capitalise and come back for a second.
Yeah, outfield is slightly bumpy. He did well, Monu. Just a couple. And again, looking at that shot previous over, 16 came off it and some brilliant shots from both these players, especially Ricky Clark. He swept couple in the gap. That should give him a lot of confidence in this innings, and Billy Bowden enjoyed those.
Just waited on that. Fielder comes in, misses it completely. It's as if he's completely lost it in the air there, Gandhi. And that was the chance to really slow this down.
Chirag Gandhi, usually a very safe pair of hand, a good fielder. But sometimes under lights, it can be a bit hard to sight the ball. The top edge should have done better. You expect a lot better from him, but just misjudging it, overran the catch. And the reaction from the dugout was a big wicket as well, a prized wicket of Sean Marsh.
That's a nice touch. And that's a good recovery as well. You can be really, you can get in your head frustration as a bowler, and you know it's not your fault, you just got to come back.
You know, they're in a very strong position here, the Toyam Hyderabad. If they can go 9 runs per over from here, they get to 160. If they can go at 11, they get to 170. I think even if you get 160 on that surface, Georgie, I think for superstars who have hardly put a foot wrong so far in this competition, will be a tough one. But again, Chirag, yeah, every time you drop a catch as a fielder, you're always under a bit of pressure.
We saw Manoj Tiwari drop one earlier and then take the key wicket later on. Nicely weighted. That's a magnificent bit of fielding there from Mendes.
Yeah, both these players love pace on the bat, and they must be relieved that finally they've got a fast bowler, a medium pacer. Nicely played, waited for that delivery, tried to find that gap between point and cover, but a good effort from Mendes, stopping a couple of runs for his side. Jiva Mendes has been very good with the ball, and now in the field.
That's going to be wide, that one.
Oh, what a take that was from Shivas Goswami. That ball kicked off just as he was about to gather it. It was the back of the hand, slower delivery. Did turn like a leg spin, but look at that for a take.
Again, well weighted. I'll pick up one. Marsh moving on to 20. So these two have got a platform now. The partnership at 41 off 35. And as you say, they're working with pace at the moment.
They've managed to accelerate. We spoke about the acceleration that has got to be around the corner. In the previous over, they got 16. This over, already 10 so far. They will look to hit a boundary and try and make it another 14 or a 16 run over. And from Superstars' point of view, they need a couple more wickets to bring the game back.
Nice looking shot from Ricky Clark, so he will keep the strike for the next over. 15 overs gone, 114 for 3.
Trigo, standing captain for Hyderabad, having fun there, just enjoying the music. So are the young lads and young girls in the crowd as well. He's a fun guy, Peter Trigo. I think he knows he was caught on camera having a bit of a dance. I'll try and show you that in a bit. Yeah, nice atmosphere here tonight. It's really built steadily over the last hour or so. And they've been treated to some good cricket as well. A few runs. and Hyderabad are rebuilding nicely, courtesy of two big, tall, powerful hitters. There he was. Speaking of powerful hitters, he's a powerful dancer as well. Very good neck movement there, Peter. He's got a bit of Indian in him, maybe. Oh, that was so close to the off stump. Very similar to the delivery that got Chadwick Walton, John.
Nagy is a smooth operator. There's no doubt. He is so skillful.
And then he gets one to turn past the outside edge. This is good bowling. Ricky Clark can only smile. He knows that he's been done there. And again, this one really curved in and then spun away sharply.
Put a bell on it. A swing and a miss 3 times now. Let's see if he gets some contact here now.
He does, but straight to man at backward point. So great start to this 16th over. Dot, 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 dot. Pressure on Ricky Clark. Wow. Tries to play this through the leg side. He is struggling here against Pawan Negi, who is looking magnificent. Could be a maiden. It is a maiden. What a time for it for Southern Superstars. 16th over, and they can't score a single run off it. It's 114 for 3. And Billy just practicing a few more dance moves. That means it is a strategic timeout. George Worker and Chadwick Walton got Hyderabad off to a great start, but they were then pegged back, losing 3 wickets for just 3 runs. And now you've got Shaun Marsh 20, Ricky Clark 20, and they are the 2 they will hope can take the last 4 overs for maybe around 40 runs, maybe even more, and get them up to what will look like a fairly imposing total, although this pitch is definitely playing better for batting than the other pitches we've seen here in Jammu. No side, by the way, has scored 150 in Jammu, so this could be the biggest score ever. Partnership 42 or 42. As it stands, 2 very powerful hitters of a cricket ball. Ricky Clark has swept really well along the ground, a couple in 1 over off Jivan Mendes. Picked the length very well. Shaun Marsh should have gone. Shirai Gandhi overran that particular miscue, dropped the ball. And what's more, went over the boundary for 4. So a life for Marsh. Can he make them pay? It is Seam back on now. Subodh Bhatti. Will they enjoy the extra pace? Very nice short arm jab by Sean Marsh. Only for 1.
As you say, changing the pace. Change of pace here. Bhatti with his long run up. He's been pretty steady so far on this competition. Clark just taking a moment. I think he's got a bit of sweat in the eyes or something like that. It's very, very warm indeed. But here is the man, Negi. He was unplayable this over. First one that skidded. And from a very full length, he was kept beating the bat. Look at that, that's a half volley and it's going past the edge.
Oh, that was slower delivery that almost swung away from Ricky Clark. Suddenly, he looks like he's out of nick. He looked in good touch at the start of his innings.
A rusty gate, that one. He was swinging. Missed that by quite some distance. Good variation, Bhatti. Leg cutting, slow delivery. But what a great over from Negi before this. A maiden in the 16th over of a T20. That's unheard of.
He's mistimed another one. Ricky Clark, his strike rates suddenly was excellent, and now it's below 100. He just needs to get a hold of himself here, find a boundary, recover that confidence that was there.
Or he just needs to get off strike somehow. Even that'll do. Marsh is looking good once again, as he normally does out in the centre, but sometimes you just get caught up a little bit, can't get the ball away, and he's digging a little bit of a hole for himself here.
It's funny, this innings has been interesting because it's been real ups and downs. First of all, it was Hyderabad to the 4 and scoring really freely. Then suddenly, bang, bang, bang. They lost 3 wickets for 3 runs. Then they got things back together with Marsh and Clark, who are looking very fluent. And now they're going through a real tough period again. Look at how the Manhattans have got smaller, the buildings. And there's that 16th, nothing. Not even a small bungalow. What can Marsh do? Hasn't faced the strike that much of late. He can power it down the ground. He is very strong in that area, Sean Marsh. Do not let him hit you down straight, because he will take the opportunity every time.
That's what I say, Clark, even if he's struggling, get off strike, get him on strike. Full delivery, see him up, that's what you want when you're playing on this type of wicket. Just interestingly, from that 6th to 12th over, when that Manhattans we looked at a second ago, they were scoring 3 to the over. So that's quite a come down from that power play where it was amazing.
Good change up by Subodh Bhatti, very effective. Good over at this stage, it goes for 6, 120 for 3. Jesselkaria, superb economy rate, 2.25. Jivan Mendes has been excellent too. 2 wickets in his first 2 balls, really turned the innings. And Pawan Negi, a special over, his second was a maiden. He continues, shaped for the slog sweep, then realised it wasn't quite there, too full, and just chopped down on that to get it to the offside. But he's off strike anyway.
Great results for Hyderabad and this partnership, which is now 49 or 49. Got them in this game really good. A bit slow at times, but they needed some partnership of substance just to get them to this point where they can really start playing with some freedom. And now Negi's going to have to get his thinking cap on here. He's bowling to the left-handed Marsh and extremely dangerous. Hits it a long way, straight in with that slog sweep.
He opens up there for the big shot. It's not out in the middle. They've got to get back for 2 there, which they do. Could do with a big over here, just to kind of get them going again, Hyderabad. Not sure how good a score, something about 140 would be. I think they might need a few more, especially if there's going to be some dew around. Was a bit of dew a couple of nights ago when we had a late finish. It's going to go over the wicket to Marsh. How was that missed? Please explain to me, how has that missed the stumps? Feel like it went through them. What a delivery. Turned too much.
It's waiting for the death rattle of the stumps and the stump mark. It's such good bowling though. So deceptive through the air and landing it into those foot marks, drifting away and turning back. Yeah, that's crazy. That is so well bowled.
It's the one shot that's been working for Ricky Clark. Maybe he needs to come up with something else as well to Pawan to get him thinking. Needs to put the pressure back on him somehow, because he's probably going to bowl the last over as well. He's got another one after this. I don't think Goswami will be reticent to give the spinner the last over. Down the track and bowled. Too good, Pawan. What a spell this is.
For me, he is the best bowler in the league at the moment. He is just too good. He's bowling to one of the best players in this competition, in Shaun Marsh. And he's made him look a bit silly here, really. Brilliantly, be drifting away, turning, and before he knew it, it had gone through him. Just too good. The class act. Negi with ball, with bat. And he's brought about the end of Shaun Marsh for 27 of 25. Hyderabad 125 for 4.
Worker and Walton took 61 off the power play. Since then, 64 for 4 in 11.5 overs. Stand-in skipper Peter Trigo comes to the crease, renowned for his big hitting, as we saw earlier in the tournament. First couple of games, and they could do with some of that right now, Hyderabad, in a game that they don't have to win, but they kind of do. They need to win 2 out of the last 3. Quicker, and it turned. Another great over from Pawan, 125 for 4. They're enjoying themselves. We're having a bit of a party here in Jammu. We're jamming in Jammu. It's been a really lively atmosphere out there. Good tunes being played as well. Here's Chaturanga. Not seen him since the power play. Might see just solid dial of spin from here on in.
As who's left to walk into the crease, loosening up Binny. There he is. He had a lovely knock the other night to get it to the super over. Trigo, can he be Devastating. Here's another look at that brilliant delivery. Just dropped on him. The pace he bowls at, there's no time to adjust. Just too quick. He tried to get to the pitch of it. And in the end, neck and crop, as they say, beaten.
I think I agree with you as well. I think Pawan has been the best bowler in this tournament. The stats might not say that, but he has been unplayable at times. And as you say, it's the pace that he bowls with. It's just perfect for these conditions. When he gets turned, it's too quick to do anything about it.
That's why he's in my Dream 11 team every time. He's the first name on the list there. He's going to bat just now as well, and let's see how he goes there. Oh.
Ricky Clark continues to swing like a rusty gate. Trying to hit his way back into form, but this whole innings now is stuttering. 9 balls to try and get something from. Taranga, similar to Pawan, drives the ball into the pitch. Hard work this for Hyderabad.
There he is. He's sneaking up that list.
That's out. Surely, plumb. That ball just kept low. And Ricky Clark started off like a train, but then he slowed to a walk. And finally, it's over for him.
Resigned look on his face. He knew the silver. Good length, staying low, trying to pull it, and that is crashing into the stumps. There's no doubt about it. The finger goes up, and Ricky Clark has to go. Trudges off for 25. Hyderabad 129 for 5.
Bipul Sharma's in at number 7. Well, that's a good connection. That's a way to get over the mark. That's gone straight over his team's dugout as well. They had a perfect view. 135 for 5. He loved it. Pawan now 3 wickets behind Manan Sharma. 3 left-arm spinners, 4 left-arm spinners in the top 5 wicket takers. But he's not going to bowl the final over, John. Are you surprised by that? Goswami's going back to seam. Subodhbati.
Yeah, I would have stuck with Negi. His economy 5.4, and that is pretty special. I would have backed him here. Pace on only works in the batter's favour here, I feel. Last one.
Pace off, battered down the ground, 4 runs. Great start to the final over for Hyderabad.
What a shot, the skipper. Trigo, he played a bit of golf this morning, actually. I saw him at breakfast, and he had an early round of golf. And this looked like him on the first tee box. Smacks. He loves his golf, and you can see why. That's a lovely swing of the bat.
Straight down the fairway, I reckon, for about 300 yards, that one. A low drive. Now, can he belt one out the park? Out of bounds. Great Yorker. Fabulous Yorker from Subodhbati. Caught the batter by surprise.
Billy, I thought he was going to have a yawn there for a second. He had the hand up there to have a yawn. But this was a lot quicker. You can see how late the bat came down here. Have a look there. He is so late on that. Beaten for pace. A perfect Yorker. He just didn't hit the stumps.
Didn't hit the stumps by a lick of paint. I think he painted that stump a bit heavier. Would have hit it. Goes again. Now, this one wasn't quite as full, but it was a very full delivery. Trigo just losing his shape.
Yeah, just a little bit shorter, but Trigo trying to go right across that. It's a very full ball to hit through square leg. That's why the bat on ball, they need bat on ball at least to get them to the 145 mark sort of region. And he'll be happy, this captain, because they were staring 150, 160 in the face earlier on.
Oh, he's missed out there, Trigo. He knows it. Going for the Yorker once again. Would have been impressive if he'd nailed it 3 times in a row. But he gets away with just the single. Could be a very important final 2 balls of the innings, this. 6-4, and they get up to 150.
Well, they scored 144 to get it to the super over the other night. So are they going to end up on 144 again? It could be.
Well, Bipul Sharma is on 6 off 1 delivery at the moment. Can't get better than that. Where's he going to target the seamer? Has he got the scoop? Fine legs up. So's third. Deep and carved through the offside for a boundary. Bipul Sharma, 10 off 2. George Worker loves it.
Lovely sight, and you said he's seeing it beautifully. Not swinging too hard, he's deep in the crease, and really a lovely shot through extra cover. He seems so calm, so still at the crease. He really is exceeding your expectation with a bat. You know what he can do with the ball, vital player for them, but with the bat now he is having a blinder.
Come on, Bipul, let's finish with a flourish here. How about one out the park? Let's get us up to 150. That would be some cameo. Is he going to try and go Yorker again, Bharti? Goes across and misses it. It's going to be a dot ball to finish. Bharti will take that, that's for sure. 3 dots in the final over, but also a couple of boundaries. So having got off to a flyer, 61 in the power play, Toyam Hyderabad. After that, just having to scrap to 144 for 5. Which is exactly the score that they made 2 days ago, and we ended up with a super over. Can lightning strike twice?
I think there's a very good chance this is going to be a very close game. It's a very good score, above par, 136. It's round about the region where you'd be pretty happy. So above par, they must be pleased batting first, getting something to defend. And now they're going to make sure they dismiss that man in picture, Guptill. He's been in a rich vein of form, and his confidence is running pretty high. Different wickets, different part of the world. Can he replicate that? But Walton really brilliant in the power play, along with Worker, got them off to a flyer. Thereafter, Marsh and Ricky Clark found it a little bit tough going in that middle, going to run a ball 50 partnership. And then just a lovely finish from Bipul to really try and get them up to the 144. So earlier on they could have done a lot better and ended up 150, 160. But 2 partnerships, that's important. At least they got those partnerships early, which allowed them to take it deep and play with some confidence. They just didn't finish off as well as they'd like to have.
And that was because there was some pretty good bowling in the back end. Just 83 off the final 14 overs for 5 wickets. Pawan Negi 2 for 11. Bowled almost exclusively at the death. Jessel Karia 4 overs, none for 9. What an economy rate he had. And Jivan Mendes with 2 in 2. The spinners once again doing the job for the Southern Superstars. So the top side need 145 to win this match, and if they do, it is 6 from 6. But Hyderabad are the ones who need the points. This is going to be exciting. We'll see you soon.
Hello and welcome back. It is match number 16, Toyam Hyderabad taking on the Southern Superstars. Bottom of the table versus the top of the table. And well, the Toyam Hyderabad came absolutely flying out of the blocks. They were put into bat, and the opening partnership of Worker and Walton was quite something. They put on 69 for the first wicket. And then there were a few wickets that fell in the middle overs that caused a few problems and slowed down the run scoring, but managed to get themselves up to 144 for 5. But these two were sensational at the top. Walton, 7 fours and a big old 6 in there. Strike rate almost 138, and that was just magnificent. He really came out meaning business today. They know that they really need a win here. 40 from 29 for Walton, and alongside Worker up the top. As you can see, that partnership, 69 from 51, really put them in good stead. And then a few fell away, but the Marsh and Ricky Clark partnership of 53 again got them back in the game. It sort of undulated. It swung one way, it swung the other. This was Worker, the other opener, 28 from 26, seeing it like a beach ball at times. And that strike rate up over 100 for him as well. So the openers really did a job to set that strong foundation today for Toyam Hyderabad, who are yet to find a win. And the bowlers, well, Negi, he was the pick of the bowlers. 2 for 11 from his 3, but 2 also there for Mendes, and 2 in his first 2 deliveries when he came out. Picked up a couple wickets, made it look easy and slowed things down. This was the first one to go. Walton, LBW to Negi, and that was the breakthrough they really needed to break the partnership of the 2 openers on that back pad. That was very slow to come down in the end. And there's the crooked finger from Billy Bowden.
And that delivery will make any leg spinner, or any spinner for that matter, happy. A bit of in drift, a perfect delivery, then turn, hitting the timber. Mendes, he was surprised with that delivery. And the next one, a perfect googly, but I have no answer for the shot from Jaskaran Malhotra. That was his first delivery he faced in this tournament, and he went for a big heave through the onside. Extravagant shot, and paid a price. And then a sharp turn from Negi, and Marsh, who batted really well for his 27, had to return.
And there's that signal, just saying there was that sharp turn there. And Ricky Clark just trying to swing across the line when LBW had already been hit by his partner at one point, just squared him up.
And you look at Srivas Goswami, the way he moved on his right side. You see a lot of times in baseball where I think we can, I don't have the perfect word, maybe a keeper, not the pitcher, the keeper we can call him, the way they move towards the right to see the ball and where it's coming from. Srivas Goswami looking a bit like that. But he's led the team well, he's rotated his bowlers quite well. Srivas Goswami used a lot of bowlers today.
And he's heading up the team that are 5 from 5 at the moment, whereas the Toyam Hyderabad, the other end of the table, they have had a few rain affected, and they've had a few really tight matches, including that super over. But it's about getting themselves some points and trying to push up that table. Manipal Tigers sitting in second after their back-to-back wins in their last 2 games. Superstars, first team ever to make it 5 on the trot, and they're looking to try and make it 6. And to do so, they need 145 runs. They've got some batters in some serious form, including Martin Guptill, and there'll be the crowd, those supporting the Superstars, hoping that he continues in the same vein he's played in the last 2 games, because he's been quite astonishing, hasn't he, Abby?
Oh, it has been. And look at these kids. I always love seeing kids coming out and watching live sport. That's the inspiration you get. That's what inspires you to take up the sport a lot of times. And also watching some of their legends to play in front of them. Most runs in LLC Season 3. Martin Guptill with 271 runs. We'll see him shortly. And then Mone Van Beek, Ben Dunk, Tisara Pereira, Shikhar Dhawan. Until today, Srivas Goswami was there, the 5th position, so we will see him in action as well. Martin Guptill, that innings, however much we praise, however much we talk, I don't think it's going to be enough as you said, we ran out of superlatives on that particular day. And the power hitting, the sixes, 11 sixes and 9 fours in that innings, just unbelievable.
Yeah, and he even had to take a seat before he went to collect his Legend of the Match award. And I think we'll let him off for that one. He'd had quite a game by that point. Unbeaten 131. Sensational stuff.
Yeah, I can give him a bit of information about the pitch, though, to Martin Guptill. It's not going to be like Surat. So he'll have to work a lot harder on this surface than he did in Surat. Or maybe not, because he's got so much talent. And we can see the umpires just making their way out there in the middle. And Chris Feary and Billy Bowden.
Yeah, as you say, really nice to see the youngsters in, everyone in on their Saturday night here to watch the legends in action. Well, those legends there, and our fellow commentator, part of the Toyam Hyderabad team, Nikhil Chopra, they're just having their last few words from today's captain, Peter Trigo, and Nikhil Chopra there. They know that they've got 144 on the board, and thanks to that blistering start, really, that got them up and running. And they'll feel happy enough with that. Maybe at one point thought they would be up at a 150 mark when they were going quite some, but the bowlers did bring it back in. But 144 is something for the bowlers to really have a bowl at.
Yeah, I think on a pitch like that, you expect at some point the bowler are going to make a comeback. There will be a few wickets which will tumble. But still, I think it's a very, very good score. 144, 145 to get. Is going to take some doing from the superstars, Srivas Goswami and Martin Guptill. They're both in very good form. That's a good news from the superstars' point of view. But still, it's a very different sort of a pitch.
Yeah, it's an interesting opening partnership, this one, because Guptill, he looked a little bit like he was struggling to get in the first couple of games, and then since then he's absolutely fired. Whereas Goswami, he keeps getting himself in and then getting out. He doesn't go on. And that's what he needs to do if he wants to be there and set that foundation as a captain alongside Guptill.
Yeah, I think that's one aspect. He'll just have to work slightly harder. He's always been a very smooth starter. But what he does is that he gets to that 18-20 mark, and for some reason loses a bit of focus or just takes a bit of unnecessary risk and loses his wicket. It's another opportunity for him. And now Martin Guptill, what can we talk about him? He's been in sublime form so far in this tournament. The K. Rasa Legends League Season 3.
Thumbs up there from Billy Bowden. We're almost ready to get underway here in this chase. So the equation is 145 needed from their 20 overs. And there's a man there on your screen who almost scored 145 single-handedly just a few days ago. But as you say, a very different track to be batting on here in Jammu than it was in Surat. It was a batter's dream in that match. And Martin Guptill, he capitalised, he took advantage, and he was sensational. Can he continue it and make it 3 matches where he's the legend of the match? Well, there's George Worker. His work is done for the night. He can go and have a sit down. He goes out and can go and watch from the dugout. So he's gone out, and the impact player coming in the first time in this tournament, Monty Panesar, former England international.
I'm a firm believer there should be a toss-up. Who's going to be the impact player every game? It can't be the same person. It's a bit unfair, to be honest. Everyone would love to have a bat and then have a cool down.
So Martin Guptill, well, we talked about his numbers so much, and he really has been astonishing. The one that stands out, the 131. Well, 111 matches for Srivas Goswami, 2,437 runs, and a healthy strike rate up over 115.5. He looks very concentrated. And the bowler to start things up, Nuwan Pradeep. So they're starting with pace, that economy 8.4.
Both these players, they like the pace on bat, on the surface, and also would want to score as many runs as possible in the first 6 when you're chasing 145. But we have seen bit of a contrast for different teams. Some teams have just taken a cautious approach in the first 6. Some have gone really hard.
That's a nice start. Right line, right length from Pradeep.
Yeah, the message will be pretty clear on this surface. Just try and bowl back of length, that test match length. Don't have to try too many things. Try and see if there's any swing out there. But that length, as you mentioned, that was a perfect length. But again, Martin Guptill is somebody who loves playing through the line. So you can expect him going aerial quite early in the innings as well.
Clipped away, that's glorious shot. And Martin Guptill is loving Legends League Season 3.
Yeah, I don't think it matters if it's a Surat pitch or a Jammu pitch. Martin Guptill will keep timing the ball the way he has all season. Look at that for a shot. From the middle stump, just a flick of wrist. Total control, it was along the ground all the way. Beautiful to watch.
Straighter that time, and they just want to start building up these dot balls. Don't let them get in. Martin Guptill, he seems to have just been in for the last however many days, so that's difficult, but just don't give him anything in his arc, in his space, because he will just cling on to it and take you on.
And also, if you look at the angles of this ground, some of the angles, if you can play those angles, they're quite short. So Martin Guptill, who's got all the power, we saw it in the previous match with 11 sixes. Any ground is small for him.
Genuine leave there from Guptill, not used to seeing those.
Absolute treat. Absolute treat to watch. When any batter does that in T20 cricket, it just shows the confidence they have in the ability, in their own ability to hit boundaries. There was a hint of swing, just watched it like he was playing a test match. Brilliant.
Yeah, this is nice from Pradeep, just keeping him honest at the moment. Just the one that Guptill was able to get away, and he's coming off the back of some phenomenal hitting. The highest individual score in LLC, an unbeaten 131, and that doesn't even tell you that it was only 54 deliveries. He got that off, including 11 sixes. Quite something.
Yeah, that was just extraordinary. When there's not enough we can talk about of that innings. But at the moment, the bowler has made a good comeback.
That is Martin Guptill continuing in his very finest form. And at the moment, he seems unstoppable. First over gone, 10 for none. Impact player. He's ready, he's got his bat. Impact player. Well, I don't think you'll be ever impacted player taking out Martin Guptill in this kind of form. And what about this for a strike?
I said it earlier, if the ball is anywhere close to him, he doesn't mind going over the top early. He's not scared, and look at that balance. Head position, the extension of those long levers, majestic. Peter Traeger. I just think, Georgie, it's a big risk by bowling himself this early in the power play.
Yeah, it's a nice shot from Goswami, not quite timed, but it'll bring Guptill back on strike. Yeah, it was interesting. We've seen a lot of pace from one end, spin from another. And Interesting that Trigger's turning to himself so early on.
Just taking the responsibility, but one more look at that shot. And he did held his post, to be honest, for the cameraman. Don't blame him. If you can hit a shot like that, why not? Back on strike. This could get very interesting. Guptill against Trigger.
He seems to be able to do no wrong at the moment, Martin Guptill. That's a good line. Unable to get it through the ring there, Guptill, and a surprising dot.
Yeah, what I really like the way he's timing the ball, and every time he's played that ball on the onside, the ball has gone along the ground. That's a sign that you're in great position. Your balance is perfect.
Again, just clipped away, and they're going to think about a second, and they are two fit players taking on the arm of Monty Panesar out in the deep. First thing he's done on the field so far this tournament.
Looking forward to watching Monty on this surface. I think he'll be very good on the surface if he can get his line and length right, because he bowls so quick. It's a perfect pitch for him.
Top edge, and it's put down. That could prove so costly. There are hands over heads in the commentary box, and Pradeep has put down Martin Guptill.
Oh, the other day he took a brilliant catch of Manoj Tiwari at mid-on. It was a very similar sort of a catch on that occasion as well. He dived to his left, and last time he leaped onto it, and this time couldn't hold on to it.
I think this one might be slightly closer to him, actually, than the Tiwari catch. And there's hands on heads all over. That's a nice little touch there from Goswami. Oh, and they've given Martin Guptill a life. Sometimes when things are going your way, they just go your way, don't they?
Yeah, when I said that Peter Trigger has taken a big risk by bringing him on in the second over, I think he's going to have a quiet word with me tomorrow morning at breakfast. Because he's bowled really well.
When I can't find you at breakfast tomorrow, you're hiding under the table somewhere. And that's well stopped. Monty Panesar sticks the left arm out, and it sticks like there's glue on his hand. 2 overs gone, 16 for none. Well, Pradeep, can he make amends? His captain's forgiven him. Pat on the back there from Trigo. And this was the moment. It was a difficult chance, but he'll be annoyed with himself that he couldn't get to it, couldn't keep it stuck.
Yeah, I think he took a better catch the other day when it was Manoj Tiwari. That ball was flying and it was slightly harder. But, you know, luck plays a massive part in cricket sometimes.
Struck on the pad. Has it gone? Finger goes up. That is the end of Martin Guptill. Well, what a comeback that is from Nuwan. He dropped Guptill in the previous over and he said, it's okay. I'm not going to let him capitalize on this. And he does the job himself.
Or he just felt that, Trigger, why should I give you the wicket when I can take it? That was a really, really good delivery. Just pitching perfect length and then nipping back in. And a good decision by Billy Bowden as well. Maybe hitting him just above knee roll, but he was still in the back foot. Not much distance for the ball to travel. Out for 14 of 11, 16 for 1 superstars.
16 for 1. Martin Guptill is back in the hutch. He went for 14 from 11. And there's the signal from Billy Bowden. We have got an impact player. So out goes Monu Kumar. He was great with the ball today. And out to the middle comes Hamilton Masakadze. And he is the second person in this Superstars side that played in the very first LLC match. And now he's playing in the 50th LLC match. And he can hit a big ball. 130 matches, 3,958 runs, strike rate up over 126.5, the right-hander.
He's bowled a good line this over. He's come back quite strongly. No one, Pradeep. After a drop, usually you lose a bit of confidence. You start thinking about that, but he forgot that very quickly and came back and struck straight away. And also, the wicket of the man he just dropped. Couple of deliveries early. That shows great attitude. And that cricket finger of Billy Bowden doing the rest.
It's a nice strike. Glorious shot. And is it just going to win the race? Yes, it is. So he picks up 4 to get himself off the mark, Masakadze.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised that they've gone pace for the first 3 overs. Yes, they managed to get a wicket, a very important wicket of Guptill. But look at that shot, hardly any foot movement, allowing the ball to come, and then just playing it through that vacant region. And he's been in wonderful form, Masakadze. This partnership could be quite important for the Superstars.
Shot into the leg side this time, and Masakadze collides with Pradeep. They both seem all right, but he's picked up 4.
They're slightly short on that occasion. What he does really well, Masakadze, is hardly moves. He's so still when he plays the ball. Just picks the length early, no chance for the fielder, deep square leg. And both were watching the opposite way, and at the end, a little collision, but nothing serious. It's all nice and happy, all smiles between the batter and the bowler. Back-to-back boundaries after the wicket.
Little shorter this time, and that's well played by Masakadze. Fielder out there on the boundary, so he picks up 1, and this has been a fiery start from the impact player.
And he has done that on more occasion than one in this competition. Every time he has come out as an impact player, he has made a little impact. Again, he's an important man because he's got such power, and also he's a very good player of spin. We saw that in Jodhpur. He batted really well on a turning track. He's an all-round player. Now Shrivas Goswami, who's been in form, got over 100 runs in this year's Legends League, Season 3. So a lot will depend on the skipper.
Well bowled. And there's good running, direct hit, and he's in trouble, but no one there. 3 overs gone, 26 for 1.
What do you want?
144 for 5 put up by Toyam Hyderabad. A pretty competitive score that. The openers did the business, setting the foundations. And now the Southern Superstars, they have lost their strike batter, the man in form, Martin Guptill. He's the one back in the hutch at the moment. He was put down, and then the very next over, he went LBW to Pradeep, who was the man who put him down. But, well, Masakadze has come out and he is striking nicely alongside Goswami, who has been in good form, got himself in, got himself out at times, but has looked good when he's been in.
Yeah, this could be quite interesting. He might try and use his feet. Shrivas.
That's a nice looking shot. Fielder comes round, 2 of them, and it goes between the 2, and that's another 4.
It's a brave start against the spinner. Playing with the turn, getting it in the gap as well. And sometimes you need to do that. Look at that. Shows the man is in good form. Just a flick of wrist to find that gap between square leg and deep mid wicket. Nicely timed and placed. But can he be a bit brave and try and take him on and try and go over mid on and mid off? There's a huge gap between mid wicket and mid on. Massive area for him to target.
Swing and a miss, and he's bowled. And that is the end of the captain, Goswami. He finds the boundary, and then the very next delivery, he's got to go, and that's both openers back in the hutch now.
They wanted to go big again, wanted to go aerial. Just chose the wrong option. Should have gone over long on, but looked to go over mid wicket. There was a bit of drift, I think, which did him. Shrivas Goswami was a bit surprised with that delivery, but Vipul Sharma, who's always been among the wickets, picking up yet another wicket this season. Out for 7, Shrivas, 30 for 2, stars, superstars.
So the 2 openers now back in the dugout. Guptill for 14, Goswami for 7, and brings Pawan Negi out to the middle. 119 matches. Yeah.
Here, Negi starting well with a single. And that brings Mazakadza on strike against Vipul Sharma, who's just picked up a wicket off the skipper. Pawan Negi, who's been in brilliant form throughout this comp, both with bat and ball.
Yeah, he's going to need to try and make a difference here. Well, Mazakadza, we've seen what he's done so far, striking it nicely.
Yeah, Vipul Sharma just needs to bowl stumps to stop, which he usually does. He's very good with his line and length.
That's got 6 written all over it. There he goes. Mazakadza dealing in boundaries.
Yeah, Vipul Sharma a bit disappointed that one just slipped out of his hand. And Mazakadza, the way he has been striking this season, he is not going to miss out on those. As easy as it comes, and as easy as it went.
Look at that, Mazakadza, strike rate of 300 now, 15 of just 5 deliveries. Talk about impact player. This time just waited on it, the fuller delivery. And it's the captain out there, cuts it off.
Yeah, he just created history here, Mazakadza. He's become the highest run scorer, the leading run scorer in the history of Legends League cricket with that 6. And after that, again, we're watching that replay of Shrivas Goswami. Couldn't get to the pitch of the ball. Wanted to go over cow mid-wicket. Completely missed it.
Has has a big heave at that one as well. Fielder there. Captain Peter Trigo takes the catch. That is the end of Masakadza. It was exciting, it was explosive while he was there, but now this over has been bookended almost by wickets. 2 wickets in this over. 4 gone, 39 for 3.
Yeah, he wanted to go big. He wanted to go over covers, just hitting it straight to the man at deep, the skipper. And he knew the moment he hit that ball, and nicely taken, nicely judged by Peter Trigger. It's a dangerous man, it's gone. 2 wickets in that over for Vipul Sharma, out for 17 of 7, 39 for 3.
Well, 3 wickets now down. The top 3 all back in the dugout. Masakadza, well, it was exciting while it lasted, but it didn't last that long. In the end, 17 from 7. The man to go. 2 wickets in the 4th over. So 39 for 3 now, and 2 very new batters out in the middle. Chirag Gandhi, the right-hander, comes out to the middle. 73 matches, 1,266 runs, and a healthy strike rate, because that required rate is 6.63 at the moment, and that's not too worrying, but it is the falling of the wickets that could be a concern. We're going to have a change in bowler here. Shiva Shukla.
There's Shivakant Shukla with his off spin.
Turning away there from the left-hander, and he's going to pick up 4.
It's cracked through the offside. Pawan Negi. There was turn, but look at that footwork and the timing. All the fielders on the offside inside the 30-yard circle. Took advantage of that. And pressure on the bowler.
That's a nice touch, that one. There is a fielder there as Monty Panesar does the fielding. Yeah, it's difficult. Your first delivery goes for 4, but this was the end of Masakadza. He knew the moment he hit it. Straight down the throat of Trigo, taken nicely above his head.
Yeah, the thought was right. He wanted to go over extra cover, but the bat just turned ever so slightly and made it go straight to long off. And Vipul Sharma picked up 2 very important wickets in that over. Srivas Goswami first, and then it was the dangerous Masakadza. And now Southern Superstars, in terms of runs, they're absolutely fine, 44. But they've lost 3 wickets, which is always a bad sign, especially within the power play.
Bowled him! They've now lost 4 inside the power play, and that's sensational. Gandhi is going to have to go first ball.
Yeah, again, Chirag Gandhi wanted to cut it to a ball which is turning into him on an absolute rank turner. Not the best option. They could have played it with a straighter bat. Just got a bit surprised there. So now 3 wickets in very quick time. And that really sets them back quite a lot. Chirag Gandhi, another one out for a duck. 44 for 4, Southern Superstars.
Toyam Hyderabad well and truly on top at the moment here. 4 wickets gone down inside 5 overs. That brings Desel Karia, the right-hander, out to the middle. A healthy strike rate to him as well, but it's not really the strike rates that you need to worry too much about. That required rate just over 6.5 at the moment, but they just can't afford to keep losing wickets. And he's found some serious turn. And that actually could hit the boundary. It's well cut off in the end. But he's finding something out there.
They're extracting a lot of turn, Shivakant Shukla. Karia and Negi will have to bat really well from here. It's not the required rate. It's just they need a partnership again. Looking at that wicket, Chirag Gandhi going for a completely wrong option there. Trying to cut the ball, which is turning into you on a pitch where it's been difficult for the batters. Is not the safest option. You're not really playing the percentage there.
This is some serious turn Shukla is finding. It's astonishing. It's given us wide. It's turned so much.
Yeah, look at that, pitching a couple of stumps outside the off stump and then turning and missing leg stump by at least a foot and a half. Just got to go slightly wider of the off stump.
There it is, slightly wide of the off stump, and he's onto it, Karia. And that's gonna be 4.
Yeah, what I meant by going slightly wider, Georgie, is also the length. And 50 up for the superstars in quick time. They're going over 10 and over at the moment, but look at that for a shot. Getting close to the pitch of the ball, and with the cover inside the 30-yard circle, plays it beautifully. Final delivery. 12 already of the over, though he got a wicket.
Just clipped off the legs by Karia, and they will think about taking on the arm, decide against it, and finish the over with one expensive one. 5 gone, 52 for 4.
Well, it's been a very entertaining power play so far. Going at over 10 to the over, lost 4 wickets at the same time. So you're trying to think who's ahead of the game here. And I think the fielding team, because they've got 4 wickets. That's making some early inroads. The man sitting in the front row, he was who they were really worried about. He's been in tremendous form. They've kept taking wickets. 1 from Nuwan Pradeep, 2 from Bipul, excellent from him, and Shukla, the last man to show that he is turning it an absolute mile. Binny, 150th match in T20 cricket. A handy economy, and he is very skillful. He's gonna have to mix it up now. Coming off his long run. Matt, lovely to be here again with you. How are we poised here at the moment? This is very tight, this game.
I think you got it right, mate. I think I'd rather be Hyderabad right now. Slightly surprised by this move. They've gone back to seam. They've got plenty of spin options in reserve. They've got Monty Panesar, who's the impact player. They've got Shadab Jakati as well, and all the spinners that have bowled. Let's have a look at the wickets that have fallen. One seamer has taken a wicket, and one pretty, the big one, gut tilt. The umpires called that. That was definitely out. Didn't bounce much. Big slog sweep from Goswami, and then Asakasa was looking good, but he just picked out long off. Another sharply turning delivery from Shivakant, who bowled a really good first over. Found a lot of revs, a lot of turn. That's why I'm slightly surprised that Trigo's gone back to seam here. Should be 2.
Agreed. I think Monty Panesar is the man to get going. Shukla turning it huge. Panesar really does give it a good rip, and he'll turn it a long way on this wicket. Obviously, there's still Negi there for Panesar, I suppose, to worry about, but he's got the right-handed Courier, who he could also try and get stuck into. But Negi, I think, is also a big wicket here. He's one of the big four in their batting lineup.
Yeah, spin options galore for Peter Trigo. They've actually got 3 left-arm spinners. So they had 2 in the starting 11, plus they've added Monty Panesar. I was slightly surprised that Panesar came in because they already had the 2 left-arm spinners. But obviously spin is the way to go on this pitch. And then you've got Shukla, who bowled a very good first over of off-spin. There isn't one there. Not to Stuart Binney, straight back to him. So if he wanted to, Trigo could bowl 16 overs of spin. I don't think he will. But spoiled for choice. I suppose it's a good problem.
I suppose if he just gives a couple bowlers 1 over along the way. Shukla's bowled Jakarti as well. He'll be a real handful. Him and Panesar, tell you what, that is something to deal with. And that's maybe he's just trying to keep mixing it up 1 over spells with the seamers, just to mix it up so they don't get used to them.
Well, at the moment, Stuart Binney's bowling like a spinner. He's bowling a lot of cutters, and it's paying off. He's only gone for 4 runs, including the leg bye so far. So he'll want to close this one out in the power play.
Just a change-up. I'd also like to see Walton get up to the stumps here, just so the batsman can't come out the crease easily. Keep them in their crease, the ball staying low, trap them in front. That should be, I think, a ploy they should utilize. 1 ball left, though.
Good over from Stuart Binney. And what a dramatic power play. Runs, wickets, everything. 57 for 4. Well, the Hyderabad captain, Peter Trigo, looks a bit shell-shocked in that photo, but I don't think he is. I think he's actually pretty happy right now. It's probably Goswami who's more shell-shocked at the moment, having lost 4 wickets in the power play. But they have scored runs. Billy, be careful. We don't need dislocating a shoulder there. And here we are. Monty Panesar, his long-awaited debut in this competition this year.
Monty!
And you know what? He hasn't played much T20 really, but that's a good economy rate, under 8.
Oh, yeah.
He's right on the money. Good start, Monty.
Ash's hero. And he just loves his cricket, everything about cricket, travelling, being in India. He loves it.
Just slowed that one up. I think he will like this pitch. Monty was very much a red ball bowler when he played. You know, great test record. He didn't play loads of white ball cricket, but after he's retired, he's played almost exclusively white ball cricket. He's played in a few leagues around, so he's learned almost white ball cricket at the back end of his career. He can be very effective because he's so consistent. But will Negi try to take him down? Sharp single. Oh, direct hit would have been interesting.
Another quick look at the single. Negi getting right across the stumps, and Courier had to really get his skates on here. Quick throw, as you say, direct hit would have been very, very close, possibly out. Also think some players are also labelled as a test player too soon by selectors or just people's mindsets. Batters as well, they only think test specialist. By no means every player these days in world cricket is a multi-format player, because that's how you're most marketable. So they're less 4-day specialists these days, because the currents of all these T20 comps.
Oh, yes, Monty. Oh, yes.
Oh, he's fallen the batter, run out chance. I think Monty might have dropped the ball. Monty might have dropped it. I think Billy is unsure. Throw was a good one. Negi was stranded for a moment. He fell over, lost his bat, lost everything. But I don't think Monty could gather that ball. Otherwise, it was 5 down. So we're going to find out.
Did the ball hit his hands and then the wicket? That's possibly what... No, wait, that's out his hand. Wait. It hit, the ball hit, his hands hit the stumps first. The ball landed on his shoe and then the stumps. What do we do here now? Are all the bails already off by the time the ball hits the stumps? Or just one bail?
Well, it's a good point. The right bail is off. His hand knocks off the right bail. But I think if you break the stumps first, doesn't matter if the other bail comes off with the ball. I think it's the ball that knocks off the second bail, but his hand knocks off the first bail. See, this is really interesting because his hand has knocked one bail off, but then the ball has knocked the other bail off. We'll see here. This is the angle we want to see. Ball comes out. Hand knocks off the first bail. What knocks off the second bail? Is it the ball, or is it his hand pushing the leg stump onto the middle stump? This is a tough one. I'm glad I'm not the third umpire.
He just caught the ball. He would have been out by absolute mile. Not to be. Complications here. And the third umpire, well, he's got a tough decision to make here. But he's got plenty of looks at it, though. And he got the old rule book out as well, I'm sure, about one bail being dislodged. There's the first bail off on the left. And then the second bail, does it come off when the ball hits the middle and off stump, you could call it, the right-hand stump. There's the light on the left-hand bail. When is that second bail coming off, and what knocks the second bail off? That's the tough call to see from that view.
In my opinion, it's a bit too inconclusive to give it out, because I think you could say that actually it's the momentum of his hand which knocks the middle stump and then knocks the second bail off, equally as the ball. So I think it's inconclusive, and if that's the case, then you've got to give the benefit of the doubt to the batter in this case. As you say, if he just caught it cleanly, it was done, because Negi wasn't in the frame. He didn't even have his bat. It's a big moment, this. 59 for 5 would be a massive hole for the superstars. Not out. I think that was the right decision in the end. Monty, yeah, he knows that he made a slight mistake there. If he gathered it cleanly, the dangerous Pavanegi was gone. God, more drama. It's been non-stop drama in this 6.4 overs.
That's the checks. Keep going, Monty. Keep going, Monty.
This is what Monty does. It's what made him such a good red ball bowler. Just consistent, hits a length. Just 3 taken off his first over. 60 for 4. This is why Toyam Hyderabad need to win this match today. They are rock bottom at the moment, haven't won a game this year, but if they win, they will go above the Gujarat greats on net run rate, and they'll have renewed hope with 2 games to go. Might only need 1 more win, but if they win their final 3, that should certainly be enough for the playoffs. Jakati, first look at him. Shut up, Jakati. Bowled well in his previous outing. Could have 12 overs of left arm spin today. It's quite unusual in the T20 innings.
He's far flatter. Monty's got just a little bit more flight to his bowling, a little bit slower through the edge of Cot. He really does dart it in, and I think that's going to be really hard to face, especially for the left-hander, bowling it well outside off stump, turning it onto the stumps.
Negi's going to be key to disrupting the left-arm spinners, isn't he? He can hit with the spin. Have a look at that run-out chance. There were 2. Slipped completely. That was the second of the run-out chances in the over. This was the easier one. Monty got in the right position. He got in front of the stumps, and he just dropped the ball at the last second. He won't mind me saying he's not renowned for his fielding, although we did see a fantastic diving stop, one-handed, earlier in the innings. Don't think I've ever seen that before from Monty Panesar. That was the one that was more significant. Slow and low from Jakati, as you say, low arm action as opposed to the tall Monty Panesar. Hard to get him away on this pitch.
It's really hard to put away because your reactions are getting back and a quick pull shot, and it just doesn't get to you.
Gets through. Because they scored so many runs in the power play, the Southern Superstars, it doesn't matter if they just consolidate here a little bit and go at 5 and over for 2 or 3 overs, as long as they don't do it for too long. Required rate's only just over 6.5 as it stands. Lofted on purpose. Really good shot, that. Just went with the turn and went high.
Really flighted, slow in the slot. A nice position he got himself in. To hit it over extra cover. Lovely view, elevating it over Trigo. It's short extra cover. A very important boundary.
Oh, he's done well to catch up with that. It was going to be a wide. Chase on for Monty. And the ball wins.
Were you waiting for the dive there, possibly?
No, not really. That went as I expected. 72 for 4. Really tight race between the worms. Blue worm is just nudged ahead of the Hyderabad yellow worm, but 4 dots in there as well. Means there's little room for error from these two. They need to get something going and just stay on top of Hyderabad. Don't give them anything more to get up about. Partnership worth 28 of 22. It's been a good one.
Negi quite clearly not looking to take any risks in this middle section of the game, and that's what they need, a partnership. If he gets 1 a ball, the rate is just above a run a ball, so he's playing the situation correctly here. They just can't afford to lose any more wickets, can the Superstars?
In the air, just past cover. For a moment there, I thought he might have picked him out. It was early on the shot, played it with one hand in the end.
Go this way, Trent. Go this way.
Oh, Monty Panesar had a bit of trouble there trying to receive the throw-in, but having a look at that ball, just very short and almost picked out extra cover, as you say. Peter Trigo wasn't far away from that ball.
Nagy at the moment is just happy to take the ones and twos on offer from the left arm spinners. Now that bench has been in trouble. That team has been in trouble a few times in this tournament, and each time they fought out of it. They're very strong mentally. I don't think he will be concerned about this position. Very calm, very level. 44 for 4 they were, but now they're already fighting their way back into it. 75 for 4. It's an even game, you say, from here.
Well, considering Chigumbura, he's yet to come, as well as De Silva. Don't forget him. They're leaving him quite late, I think. That might be an astute move by the coach. Just get them within striking distance.
Good ball. He rode the spin as well. Currier. And it had a bit more pace on it. Might have been able to get past that outside edge.
I mean, it's as slow as this wicket is. He had just time to adapt. Normally that ball whizzed past the outside edge when the wicket's a bit quicker, but he just adapted and somehow just fudged it to third man. Nagy again, going about his business.
Oh, there's the big shot. His eyes lit up there. He wanted to get that aerial, but he couldn't quite do it. 5 from the over, and we are through 9 overs now, which means it is time for a strategic timeout. Nothing like a bit of A.R. Rahman in the strategic timeout to get the crowd going. What's going to get Hyderabad going again? Because they started really well. They had the superstars 44 for 4, but that's since moved on to 77 for 4. Kulkarni going well on 22, as is Pawan Nagy on 15. And because they're scoring quickly, the required rate is only just over 6. So the pressure's moving back on to Hyderabad now. Do with getting a breakthrough again soon, or 3 or 4 tight overs in a row just to get that required rate back up. Shivakant. I don't know what you think, John, and this was pointed out by NTR, our stat man. I totally agree. Shivakant, it's a very similar action to Saeed Ajmal. What do you reckon? Just have a little look at him here. Just the load up, everything about it, the way he releases, the way the slight pause as well. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Absolutely. I was going to say that slight pause is a real standout characteristic to his bowling. Let's have another look at it.
It's just that little hesitation and the side-on nature of the delivery. I'd like to take credit, but NTR is going to have to take credit, I'm afraid.
Credit where it's due. He gets a lot, probably a foot closer to the stumps when he delivers compared to Ajmal and how he used to deliver, but the action, whoa, spot on.
He used to turn it like that as well, Saeed Ajmal. That has ragged square. Great character as well, Ajmal. Seen his interviews? Does not stop talking. Another one that goes big. Even the way he just trots up, I think that is spitting image. Oh, don't think there was a nick on that. Well done, Monty. He gets down again. This is testing off-spin bowling, though, isn't it?
But it's the great piece of work from the captain. Another look at his approach. Really nice look at his action there. Not a big follow-through, is there? Not past the crease. For a spinner, normally there's a little bit of a follow-through. We'll forgive him.
Just changing things around a little bit. Trying to create a bit of danger for the batter. Try and get number 5. So we're halfway through this run chase now. The Southern Superstars are 81 for 4. Really good and much needed partnership this between Jessel Karia and Pawan Negi. 37 of 34. It has steadied the ship after they found themselves 44 for 4, the Superstars. Still got Chaturanga and Elton Chigumbura to come, but they want these two to get them as close as possible to their target. Don't give Toyam Hyderabad a sniff. Yeah, they're coming back for 2 here. Good running in the end. Abhishek Junjunwala's in for John Kent. How do you see this at the moment? Is it advantage Superstars or 50-50?
No, I think Superstars in a better position. What these two have done, they've been very sensible. Just taking the game deep. They still have batting to come. Again, just rotating the strike. They're not always looking for that boundary option. If there is an option, they've taken it. But what they have done really smart is they've hardly played any dots. The required rate 6.31 with 6 wickets in hand. They are in a better position here.
Oh, what's that? A bug, maybe? Yeah, it's a bug. It was on a length. You don't want that to be there if you're bowling from the other end. Might do something off the seam.
The Monty Panesar, though he hasn't been expensive, he's got to try and find a wicket or two, because at the moment, wicket is the key for Hyderabad.
Holding it quite slow at the moment, Monty, isn't he? Would you like to see him bowl it a little bit quicker?
Yeah, that's what he usually does. He bowls a lot quicker, and also the length has been slightly short, which has allowed the batter to just rock back on the back foot and just punch it through covers, or if you're a left-hander, through square leg, playing with the turn. So he's got to go slightly fuller and also on the stumps. At the moment, he's opening the offside quite easily for Jaisal Karya.
The wind has picked up here, and it's going across Monty, so it might help his drift into the right-hander.
And also both these players have been sensible. They've not tried to do anything out of ordinary, just keeping it simple, both striking over 200. Jaisal Karya has really played a very important knock here of 27 of 24.
That was better driven into the pitch.
Yeah, a bit more into that delivery, isn't it?
Keep going, Monty. Keep going, Monty.
It was slightly quicker. There was a hint of turn, but more importantly, it was on the stumps again.
That's it, Monty. That's it, Monty.
The moment you allow the batters to open up either side, it becomes easy.
It's hit hard, but straight at the sweeper on the offside. So Monty's not going for any boundaries, but he's not looking overly threatening. 86 for 4. Seven bowlers used so far by Peter Trigo. The one, Pradeep, got an early wicket of Martin Guptill. And after that, Bipul Sharma picked up a couple. Shivakant Shukla one as well. He continues.
Hey!
He's ragging it, isn't he? Turning it a lot, almost too much at times.
Yeah, he has got more turn than any other bowler. Shivakant Shukla has gone for 16, managed to pick up a wicket. Jaisal, what he's doing well, he's just getting his pad outside the line of off stump. Smart batting.
Jaisal Karya was involved in a match-winning innings alongside Shirag Gandhi against India Capitals to get them over the line in a crunch situation, and looks like he could be involved in another one here. He's a really useful cricketer for them, a good insurance policy at number 5-6.
Yeah, he is, and also very handy with the ball. Good in the field as well, so very utility cricketer, Jaisal Karya. I just feel he's gonna go at some point.
Another dot, 3 dots in a row. Just building up a little bit of pressure here.
This is where you can expect a wicket. And if we compare both sides, it's close. Toyam Hyderabad was 79 for 3. They're 7 runs ahead with 1 more wicket, Southern Superstars.
Oh, yeah!
What a delivery! That has ripped square, and it's got through the defences of Karya.
You didn't expect the ball to turn as much as it did, but you should, because the ball has been turning a lot for Shivakant Shukla. Again, look at the option. He wanted to go to play a back foot punch through the offside when the ball is turning as rigorously as it has been throughout the day. Shivakant Shukla getting the wicket, which they were desperate for, and also the danger man, Jaisal Karya, out for 28 of 30. Superstars 86 for 5.
Young lads having fun, filming, dancing, making sure they all look good on camera. And Duranga is the new batter. Played a brilliant innings in the Southern Superstars' first match to get them over the line, to get them up to a score that they defended with a 50. Shepherded the tail up to a good score. They were 88 for 8 in that game, and he's been really good with the ball. He's had a very good tournament. Need an innings here from him again.
Yeah, they need a wicket, another wicket, back-to-back wicket. Shivkant Shukla bowled really well, 2 for him for 16 runs of his 2.4.
Wind really has picked up now. You can see it there. Debris and bugs flying through the air. Just makes it a bit trickier for the bowlers at times and the batters.
Yeah, gust of wind from nowhere. Again, looking at that wicket. Yeah, Jaisal will be thinking about that shot. Again, going for the wrong option, a bit like Chirag Gandhi. Very similar delivery, similar shot, and similar result.
Thing is now, as you've got 2 left-handers in, and only 1 off spinner, 87 for 5. Is just heading back towards the yellow worm now. It's just been stunted slightly in the last 2 or 3 overs, and that wicket as well won't help. Could be on for a bumper finish here again here in Jammu. Wouldn't be surprised if this went to the last over 2. Equally, one of these 2 batters gets hot, they could end it before then. Malhotra on, another off spinner, hard timer, slightly different action. So he's going to part-time off spin ahead of one of his left-arm spinners because he's got the 2 left-handers.
Yeah, it's all about the matchup.
Well, that is a long op really, but it hasn't bounced and it's turned. Will be a bye.
The last couple of wickets. First it was Chirag Gandhi, Shivkant Shukla, and very similar shots, similar delivery, same result. Now they need a partnership. Chitranga De Silva can't call for a better man. He's played some really good innings already in this competition, and don't go for that. Malhotra just telling him, stay in your crease before I bowl.
Oh, that's a horrible drag down. Bowled 2 now, and he's away with both, and I think he'll get away with another one.
I think you should see it as an opportunity here, because he will give you poor deliveries to score. You just got to be careful with the good ones. He's not a regular bowler, as you said, a part-timer.
Got a very sort of slingy action, isn't he? A slightly unconventional off-spin action. Sometimes that can be difficult, especially when you get one good ball amongst 2 or 3 ordinary ones.
Always watch out for those. You've got to be sensible. I think Chitranga De Silva just needs to give himself a bit of time.
And suddenly fires in a Yorker. He's bowling at decent pace too.
I don't think he meant it, because a lot of times as a part-timer, you don't know what's coming as a batter. So you've got to be extra careful, and that's why part-timers can be quite dangerous at times, especially on these surfaces.
Makes room and he chips that up in the air just wide of cover. Peter Trigo has his head in his hands, but he'll be happy with that over. Part-time Malhotra has gone for just 2, 90 for 5. And this is wonderfully poised with 7 overs to go. Required run rate. It's getting up towards 8 now. Good time to just have a think about things and stew on it. It's time for a strategic timeout. Be heading for a really tense finish here in Jammu. The unbeaten Southern Superstars need 55 off the final 42 balls against the winless Toyam Hyderabad. Have a feeling this one could go down to the last couple of deliveries. And we've already seen that a couple of times since we've been here.
Yeah, I think they still shouldn't lose their sleep, because still the required rate under 8. It's just a matter of 1 or 2 good overs, and suddenly the required rate comes around 6. And look at that wicket, that delivery. He just dropped the catch and then came back strongly. Srivas Goswami got a boundary before that delivery, went for the big heave, and then Masakadza hitting one straight down the throat of skipper Peter Treger. And then 2 similar deliveries in the same bowler, Shivikant Shukla, doing the job for his side.
Shivikant Shukla has been a revelation. Where's he been? Where's he been hiding? Brought him into the side, and these conditions look perfect for him. Gives a really good option, spinning away from the left-hander. This is interesting. Ricky Clark bowling off spin. Wow. Did not expect that. He's a seam bowler, of course, Ricky Clark. And he's so keen to have another offie on. He's making him bowl off spin, Peter Trigo.
Trigo is making everyone bowl off spin. I wouldn't be surprised if Peter Trigo comes in bowl off spin now.
Not a bad start, apart from the misfield, but not a bad second ball. And he's bowling into a howling gale now at the moment, Abhishek. This gust of wind is really strong now, and it's prolonged.
It's getting stronger by the day.
That's up in the air, short of long off. And they're going to come back for 2. Well run.
It's all happening. Yes, no, maybe. Poor throws, shot deliveries. It's been a mixed bag so far. De Silva wanted to go over extra cover, which is not a bad option, going with the spin.
Down the track, Hoik. Logon's in business. Oh! Tried to go for the catch, he had to. Almost got there, Stuart Binney. It was a good effort, but the ball's got through him, and it's gone for 4.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing by trying to go for the catch. De Silva, he had enough. He wanted to play a big shot. Nearly got there, Stuart Binney. But at the end, he got there but couldn't hold on to it. And then the ball managed to trickle down to the boundary. Ricky Clark, there's a bit of rain as we can see. A hint of rain. So that's why there is an urgency in trying to get runs quickly. They must be following that Duckworth Lewis. There must be a message that you got to get to a certain number of runs by the end of the 14th over. Ricky Clark trying to delay things as well. At the moment, they are 1 run ahead of the required rate. Superstars.
Crucial ball this could be. Oh, it's a dot ball. Exactly what Toyam Hyderabad needed. The rain is getting a little bit heavier here. They're going to get one more in, at least. Wicket! Massive moment, possibly. Shamrock Walton takes his time just to delay things even further. Ricky Clark has got a wicket, bowling off spin.
But if you are Chaturanga De Silva, why would you do that? Because the whole equation changes with wickets. Oh my God, he was nowhere close to that delivery. He didn't even try and get too close to that delivery. De Silva and Ricky Clark gets a wicket with an off spinner. Brilliant to watch, but De Silva, he must be disappointed that rain has really come down hard now. And as we can see, the umpires have signaled for the covers to come on. It's very windy. Chaturanga De Silva will be thinking about that shot. He was not even in the frame when he tried to play that shot, trying to play against the spin. And look at that. The rain, it's been an absolute downpour now. Players are still out there waiting. The umpires are waiting, hoping that the rain might stop. But right now we can see, now this is heavy. Everyone is asking Billy Bowden, and we can see the covers now coming into the ground. But he has not made a decision yet, Billy. Still waiting.
Oh, I don't know what's going on. The covers are halfway on, and the players are still there. But they need to get off now, because this is pretty heavy. This pitch is getting wet, and it's getting juiced up. And at the moment, at the end of 14 overs, the DLS par score is 103. So the Southern Superstars are 5 runs behind, and that wicket could prove mighty costly for them. Had that not happened, Southern Superstars could have found themselves ahead of the game. But incredible turn of events that Ricky Clark ends up bowling off spin, and he ends up being the man that possibly has won them the game. If they don't come back out there, I mean, obviously this could just be a short, sharp shower, and hopefully that's all it will be, and we'll get back out there again.
That's what they would be hoping for. But we look at the batting card. Negi is still there, holding one end together on 19 of 18. Karia played a wonderful knock of 28 of 30. But De Silva came, batted well, but then that stumping, when you know that every wicket is going to be crucial, when it Duckworth Lewis. And the wicket so far, first it was Guptill, plump in front, very nicely bowled by Pradeep. Then was Srivas Goswami going for that big, expansive heave through the onside. Mazakadza tried to go over covers, went straight to the skipper. And then it was 2 bowled by Ravikant Shukla. Similar deliveries, same shot. And at the end, it was a similar result. And then I couldn't understand what De Silva was trying to do there. Not even close to that delivery.
Just can't get over how far away he was from the ball. Shivakant Shukla was excellent. 3 overs, 2 for 17 for him. Dewan Pradeep picked up the big fish. Guptill, 2 wickets and 1 over for Bipul Sharma, even though he was expensive. And then Ricky Clark, the 8th bowler, picking up Chaturanga right at the end there. He rotated his bowlers, Peter Trigo, and so far it has worked. And this is the current situation. Toyam Hyderabad made 144 for 5. Chadwick Walton, George Worker got them off to a great start, which they perhaps didn't fully capitalise on. Southern Superstars are 98 for 6. but they are at the moment 5 runs behind on DLS. We're going to take a break and keep our fingers crossed that this just blows through, and we'll have better news for you soon.
Okay.